Ben Stiller and when the little something about Mary? That's how I woke up. Although it was not hair gel or the other stuff. It's just because I slept like a crazy person. You're having a potato bar party? What is that? What is a potato bar party? Snacks for the lake? Okay, that's still fun. What's your favorite snack? Oh, guys, do you remember how I said the other day I had to go check on Jeff's house? So if you guys didn't know, Jeff and I are legally married. We've been married for 12 years. When did we get married? 11 years? Almost 12 years? It's almost our wedding anniversary. Our anniversary is on the 8th, July 8th. But anyway, so we're legally married, but we are separated. Like, we haven't been together for years. It's almost 4 years now. We're still very good friends. You guys will see Jeff in the chat every once in a while. I still love and adore Jeff to the fucking moon and back. It just didn't work out. But anyway, so Jeff owns a house around the corner from here. But has been living in Belgium because they took a job over there. What's that, sweetheart?
M&M's.
No, I don't want any candy, thank you.
Okay.
You save it for later, okay?
I don't like these kinds.
Oh, your sister likes peanut M&Ms. I like peanut butter. Anyway, so since he's living in Belgium and the housing market was what it was, he decided that it was best to rent out the property. Well, because also he's coming back. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a forever thing. So they had a tenant in there who... They destroyed the house. They destroyed the house. And when I tell you destroyed, I mean fucking destroyed. It's a brand new construction. Jeff is the only other person to live in there, and he lived in there like 9 months before getting this position overseas. So the house was like brand fucking new. The appliances are new. Everything was new. And they destroyed it. They broke the dishwasher. Like, completely, like, it needs to be replaced. They left stuff in the washing machine, and now it's all fucking mold. It literally looks like they never washed their hands because every fucking wall has dirt on it. They ruined all the carpet. Like, they just destroyed the house. They just destroyed the house. No, I typically don't like to listen to any of them speak. I read the transcript later, if I'm being honest. Yeah, they absolutely destroyed the home. And they had to be evicted because they stopped paying rent. It was bad. It was bad. Hi, Kiki.
Good morning.
Good morning. I need more Dunkin'.
Is Jeff look... I'll probably have to make iced coffee at home. Is Jeff looking into legal recourse now?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, there's thousands of dollars in damages. Johnson,
Yo,
what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Do you still support the Republicans?
Yeah.
Why? Well, first of all, how old are you?
29.
All right, why do you support the Republicans?
Because they're better than the Democrats.
In what way?
They make better decisions for the country.
Okay. What policy do you think that they've put forward that was better for and advantageous for all Americans?
They're just better than the Democrats. That's my biggest reason.
Okay, well, sir, nuh-uh, and trust me,
one
bro,
party has
it's
to
not
win.
something we can really have a conversation about.
All right, how are they better? They have the right perspective on what maintains a country.
Can you
Okay,
elaborate?
how
Like,
they
this is
exhibit
very
that?
vague.
Kiki, I got it.
Well,
How
you're
they
asking
exhibited
how.
that?
Like, there's many reasons,
Well,
right?
I mean,
There's
we
directional
can look at
reasons.
historical data and we can show that the economy and
No,
economic policy
incorrect.
by the Republicans is not incorrect, is actually more detrimental to our economy.
Well, I think
to the
most people
working
are not
class.
equipped to evaluate that accurately. So, It's kind of pointless.
So are you saying that you're not able to accurately have a conversation about that if we look at the numbers
Are you
together?
an economist?
No, I'm not an economist, but I know how to read.
Okay, well, I'm not an economist either, so it's kind of pointless for us to debate economy.
So what do you want to talk about then? What is something that you feel
Well,
like you're
directionally,
well-versed on?
the Republicans are correct on what keeps a country together.
Okay, what are those things?
Yeah, so American values,
What are
pride in
American
America.
values?
That's very
And how-
important. Nationalism.
Okay, and how are they? Are you Christian also? Are you a white Christian nationalist?
Well, I'm Chinese.
Oh, okay.
我是中国人.
Okay, I don't speak Chinese.
Yeah, well, I'm not white. So your tactics of saying only white people support.
I just asked you a question. I don't know why you're getting
Yeah,
upset
I'm not
about it.
Christian.
Okay. So you haven't really
Well, I
exhibited
believe that-
any reason why. Okay, if you were trying to convince me to vote Republican, what would you tell me?
I will tell you that if you vote for the Democrats, you will destroy the country
Okay, why?
because Democrats don't like the country.
Why would you say that?
Well, the entire
there's
platform
been Democrat
is
presidents, there's been Democrat people in Congress, there's Democrat people in the military. So why would you say that?
yeah, they don't like the country.
In
Their
what
vision
way?
of the yeah, so they don't like the country because they don't believe that America inherently is a good model, right? They want to change America to their version. Their version is multiculturalism. But multiculturalism doesn't work.
Johnson, are you a white supremacist?
I'm Chinese.
Not. He said he's Chinese. He's Asian.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ironic, right? Like, right now, Democrats love China, but China is a monoculture. China has like 99% Chinese. Don't you think the advantages of China is in part due to them being 99% Chinese?
You just argued against yourself.
No? I think America should be majority white.
So then you would leave. They wouldn't want you here.
Well, if there's too many of us, yeah, I will leave.
So you want to leave America? And you feel like that's
No, I want to stay in America. I want America to be majority white.
Sir, if you want the country to be a monolith, that monolith wouldn't include you. Why would you want it to be majority white?
I think 70% is a good percentage.
But only you, like, you can stay. Like, you're cool. Like, we'll let you stay.
Yeah,
But,
I'm
like,
already here.
Everybody
Kind of the
who's
pain in the butt
everybody
to kick
else who's
me out.
already here. So is
Well, we
everybody
shouldn't
else who's
import
already here,
more.
so what are you talking about?
Yeah, but the goal is not to. The goal is not to make white a minority. That's the goal of the Democrats. You guys
No, it's
love the
not.
fact that
Where-
whites
what-
are
okay,
less than
what piece
50% of the
of
country now.
legislation? What piece of legislation have the Democrats put forward that says that they don't want the country?
Well, when
to have
Biden
white
came
people
into
here?
office, the first thing he did was reverse all of Trump's executive orders on border control.
That happens all the time. And
Well,
I don't
you
care
shouldn't
about
do
Biden.
that,
We're not talking
because
about
then we had a
Biden,
subsequent-
Because look at what this says. This says, why do you still support the Republicans? So we're talking about present day. We're
Yeah.
not talking about Joe
Well,
Biden.
I
We're
liked
talking
Trump's
about the
executive
Republicans
orders
right
on
now.
border control. Yeah, I like Trump's executive orders on border control.
What do executive orders do? What is the purpose of an executive order?
What do you mean? It's to change policy on. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting a call from my dad. I'll be back. Like, I'm actually getting a call from my dad.
Okay. That was fun. Marcus has been waiting. We'll adjust up.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm fine, thanks. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, what year were you born?
February 16th, 2005.
Okay. So why do you still support the Republicans?
Because I kind of like the idea of border security, right? And because, like, the most Republicans, right, we all have this idea that we don't want our country to end up like how what's happening to the UK and Canada, right? With that,
All that free healthcare. I know.
no. But Canada, I mean, come on. It's New Delhi, Canada now, you know.
No.
And then if you go to the UK, right, it's being taken over by like Somalians and
Taken.
Indians too.
It's
They're
taken
like,
over, not took
yeah,
over.
Yeah.
it's
I love
because
your grammar. It's chef's kiss.
well, it is being taken over, right? Because like a large population of them are just coming out of nowhere and going into these areas that they see as safe, right? And people beta male Democrats like Justin Trudeau, the leader of Canada, he literally sees the Indian
Mr. Trudeau
takeover,
doesn't
right?
lead Canada anymore, sir.
Okay, first of
Well,
all,
I'm saying I'm using him as an example, right? I'm saying people like him see like the Indian takeover right in front of his face, and he sees that his people are no longer white, and he he looks past it. That's why he's a weak sissy man.
Hi, Amanda. How are you, by the way?
good. How are you, Jess? It's so nice to
I'm
see you. I haven't seen you
great.
forever.
I know. I wanted
You're
to
breaking
ask
up
the
there.
last guy, and I guess since this guy just made another comment about race and everything, what percentage of the world is white?
I'm not too
Mark?
sure.
Well, take a guess.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of white people in Europe, so there will be a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So take a guess. What percentage of the world is white?
I'm gonna say like 60% because there's like a lot of Indians and stuff.
Cool. Do you know the actual answer is 12 to 14%?
Wait, oh that's bad.
No, that's just the reality of the fact that a majority of nations that are enormously populated are not white. And
No,
unfortunately,
those.
you have been literally brainwashed into this mindset that somehow white people are the majority. We are not when you look at the globe as a whole.
Well, if you look at it now, but back then,
No, 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 no,
uh,
no. This has been the case for
For like
for centuries,
decades.
sir. I mean, what is the largest populated nation?
it's like like the country with the biggest population.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with the country with the biggest population per, like, yes.
Hmm. I don't. That's a good question. I mean, probably anyone with any like big countries. I mean, probably
Like
like India,
China, maybe?
China.
Like
Yeah,
China?
big.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, China has a massive population. Are those people white?
Well, I mean, skin texture wise, yes, they are white, but
No,
like ethnicity
they're
wise,
No. No.
no, they're not.
What is skin texture?
like you know what a white person looks like. They're you know
Correct.
So am I not white because I'm
It
And they are
says
single?
not in China.
Is that what it is? Like I moisturize, so I'm not white anymore. So I'm not like what is
well,
skin texture? What the fuck? Also, I just got the
well, not
best
skin texture.
comment ever. The best comment ever said, "Damn girl, I'll make a last minute run to Trader Joe's for you any day." Best comment of the day.
It's a beta man.
I don't think you understand the whole beta alpha thing. It was made up. Even when we're talking
No,
about
it
wolves in the
wasn't.
wild, the guy who made that up came out and said that that was not accurate. So you're just saying some weird shit when you say beta alpha. Like you don't even know what it means. What is a beta?
Well, I have an example of a beta male, right? So, any people like Dean or Justin Trudeau, like, just soft sissy males who believe in the Indian
Mark, are you
takeover.
single?
That's a good question. Well, yeah, 'cause I'm in
Yeah.
college, so
So you're
I
single,
just,
but you're calling men that you've just named, of which I know are all in either married or happy relationships, beta males. I mean, if you're the alpha in this situation, why are you the only one single out of the three people you just listed?
well, because, I had a girlfriend before I left to high school, but like I broke up with her because I was going to college. So I just wanted to try out new things.
How's that
You
going
got him
for
there,
you?
Jess.
It's going good. I love it.
You love being single, but alpha males, like the ones that I'm fully aware of who broadcast it, talk about how you should be like with a woman and married and like making bank and like Last time
Yeah,
I checked, like Justin
that's
Oh,
Trudeau's
Jess.
loaded and married.
Jess, you have an echo because your camera's on. For some reason, TikTok's
Oh,
giving you
okay.
issues
that,
I'll turn it
again.
off. Sorry.
that's for later plans, in life, That's not now. They're
How
not
old are
talking about
you?
getting married. Like, I'm 21
He's
right now. I'm
21.
still in college, finishing
Okay.
finishing
I
up.
mean, my
So
21-year daughter is in a happy relationship, already graduated college, getting ready to get her master's, living with her longtime boyfriend. I mean, it sounds like you're really behind the game, but she is a liberal and she is marrying a liberal man. I'm dating a liberal man. So maybe that's the
ugh,
problem here.
ugh.
I
But
know he cares about her rights. It's so weird. It's like bizarre.
well, I think he cares a little bit too much. Especially he wants, probably
Uh,
So
wants probably
besides
wants.
besides your xenophobia, can you
I'm
give
not
me like
xenophobic.
a
I'm literally black. Like, how can I be xenophobic? I love everybody. I'm literally a minority myself.
so you don't know what the word xenophobia means?
uh, can you
Xenophobia has
refresh me on
nothing to
that?
do with your race. Go look it up. Go look it up and come back. Oh, kitty! Cat tax.
Okay,
Go look it up.
I can
Just
just type.
teacup real fast and just
Got
Google
my
what
computer right
xenophobia
here.
is.
You're a
Hmm.
black man and is like regurgitating great replacement theory talking points.
I mean, shout out Jesse Lee Peterson. He's a great black conservative. He
No,
taught me
I want you
everything
to
I
go
know.
look up. I want you to go
But
look up
look,
the word xenophobia and come back and tell me what it means.
I got you. I'm on my computer right now.
Okay. I know, Poppy Pancake. It's nice to see all y'all in the YouTube chat. What's up, YouTube? I'm gonna pay attention to you real quick. He ain't behind the game, Grandma. What? All right, guys. If you're in the YouTube chat, though, can you just do me a favor? No caps. Caps are for mods and for me, so we can see each other when we need to communicate quickly. If you do use caps, you will get put in timeout. So I'm just gonna ask that respectfully. We're starting off on a good foot here over there on YouTube. Let's follow the rules, okay? Because if I have to get
Yeah.
mean, I will. So did you look up the word xenophobia, Marcus?
Yeah, I got it. Let's
Okay, what
see.
does it say?
I guess it describes like having like animosity towards, international or prejudice directed to specifically towards, wait, why did I say Zionism? What- I don't know what that.
Okay, so I feel like maybe, did you get the gist of it from that without
Yeah, I got
going
to.
further into it? Okay, so now do you see why you can be xenophobic and that your race has nothing to do with it?
Well, I'm not discriminating against a specific race. I'm just saying like
Wait, how
these
did you
these
spell
these countries that were.
xenophobia?
Oh, I spelled it with a Z. Oh, I'm pretty sure it was an X. Never mind.
Okay.
Spelled it with a Z. Oh.
Yeah, it's spelled with an X. It's Xeno. That's how you spell xenophobia. Xenophobia.
Well, again, I don't fear foreigners, at all,
and why don't you want them to come to countries that like ours?
Well, let me use an
Thank you,
example,
Esther.
right? I went to Norway, right? I went to go visit my friend. He was a foreign exchange student when I was in high school, right? I went to go
Hmm.
visit him. I was like, I remember I thought Norway was like a white country, and I see all these Somalians. I'm like, yeah, what's going on with the country?
How do you
How do you
know
know
they
they're
were
from
Somalian?
Somalia?
Well, not Somalians. My fault. Ethiopians. I was like, dang, you guys
How
got
do you know they're from
Ethiopians out here?
Ethiopia?
Well, I just asked, and they said they were Ethiopian. I was just curious.
And how is their presence in Norway harming your visit?
Well, I'm just saying because like I expected like to see white people. Like,
Okay, and you didn't. So how did that harm or negatively impact your trip to
I gotta
Norway?
get my chapstick.
well, I'm trying to explain to you why I'm not xenophobic, right? Because you're trying to say like I have some like distaste towards like foreigners. No, I like foreigners, especially when they're in their country. Eh,
Jesus Christ. Okay, again, I'm going to ask like a third time.
yeah.
What did immigrants that did not derive from Norway, being in Norway, how did that negatively impact your trip?
Well, it didn't obviously. It didn't. I didn't really think much about it. It
So
was like a
why
thought in
is
my
it a
head.
so why is it a problem for them to go there and probably add to the economic development, fill jobs that are likely open,
By the way, I
pay
never said
taxes.
there was a problem, right? Because like if I look at the history of Norway, we're thinking about Vikings, white Vikings and stuff. I don't remember any like Ethiopian
Okay.
Vikings.
Cool. Yeah, I remember United States used to be not United States. It used to be completely native indigenous territory. But yet here we are. I mean, so like I don't know what to say about that. Like times are a changing, I guess. Like what like I don't understand that response. There was Vikings hundreds of thousands of years ago or whatever, so that means there should still be just Vikings there? Is that your argument?
No, that's not my argument. I'm saying like there should be like like a whole bunch of white people, and you shouldn't see them.
Oh my god, this is the
Marcus,
weirdest
Marcus,
conversation.
Okay. All right, Marcus.
Marcus,
Like I'm not.
I don't think you're equipped to have this conversation, friend. Like you're not even equipped to have a conversation about something that you deem important to you. I don't.
No, it is important,
Maybe log
because
off.
white people
I
are
don't
being
know.
replaced, and it's being replaced at a high rate. Soonly the United States is going to be, the United States of Mexico, and people just sit back and watching it.
Dude, Mexico was part of this country before we were. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Mexicans are actually indigenous to Northern America.
Marcus, you're young. In 2050, if the population is over 50% people of color, how would that make you feel?
well, I'm a person of color, so like I wouldn't care. It just
Turn
means
your
like
camera
like
on. Just out of
well I
curiosity, turn your
can't
camera on.
because I can't go. I'm not going to my I'm no I can't. I don't have enough followers on this account because I can't go on my main because I got people that follow me and stuff over there. So
Okay. Well,
I gotta go on this backup
I don't
account.
feel like you're equipped enough to have a conversation about anything that has to do with the Republican Party. I think that you're just saying shit that you heard on the internet, and I'm genuinely not interested in having a conversation with somebody who can't bother to educate themselves about something
No,
that they
some guy in the comments said I was very intelligent. So
Oh, that
Well,
speaks to his intelligence, I guess.
I mean,
when you're a fucking
because
potato.
do you not see it at all, or
No, Marcus, I don't
you
think
don't
that you're equipped
you,
to have this conversation.
you
Matter of
don't
fact, I'm gonna
see it?
let you stay. I'm gonna let you stay here. We're gonna talk to Lib Tears. Lib Tears, how are you today?
I'm doing fantastic on this wonderful 250th anniversary. Absolutely.
Great. Why do you still support the Republicans?
Well, I like lower taxes. I like states' rights. I like deportations. I like border closing. I like state level controls.
Okay,
I
let's
think
talk about one
mine's
thing at a
okay.
time. What is the most important issue to you?
Me personally, tax cuts.
Tax cuts. Okay.
Mhm.
And are you seeing a larger tax return? Are you seeing better, better paychecks? Like what metric are you using to determine whether you're actually seeing some type of benefit to Donald Trump's tax plan?
I got about $2,500 this year back in my taxes as opposed to last year. I was happy with that.
Well, last year you were under Donald Trump's tax plan.
Sure,
Yeah.
but I got $2,500 back this year because of the no tax on tips and also the lowering the tax deductions increasing the tax deduction on overtime or implementing the tax deduction on overtime.
Okay, but that we were under Trump's tax plan since we've been under Trump's tax plan since 2018.
Okay, well, these were additionally added this year for taxes, so there you go.
Great.
Do
So
you,
how? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
do you work in a job that you get tips from?
I did for a bit, but my full-time job, I do work a lot of overtime, so it benefited me quite a bit.
Jess, what were you gonna ask him?
No, I was just gonna say that, like, no offense, the average increase in cost to people per household is anticipated to be somewhere between $2,000 to $10,000, depending on your house, based on all of the inflation, lack of affordability, increasing costs. Also, the fact that the very president that supposedly gave you that great extra $2,500 is the
Sure,
same
let's not go
president.
off on a tangent here. You asked
No,
me
no,
a
I was just
question
going
and
to
I gave
Thank
you
you
an
say.
so much
answer.
for joining the Chaos Caucus over
Okay.
there on Twitch. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm just saying that $2,500, while may sound great in that one lump sum, is not built to go far based on the environment he's created with things like tariffs and increases just because of his political and policy choices.
Again, I was asked the question and I gave you an answer.
Okay, and
Right.
now we're expanding upon that thing. It's called a conversation.
Yes. Like, do you feel that $2,500 has actually gone as far as it could have based on the lack of affordability because of the president's economic policy and decisions through executive order and other actions?
If your question is, do I feel like his policy has made the cost of living go up? Yes. Has
Great.
it?
So,
Has it maybe possibly caused me to spend a little bit more money as opposed to what I would have expected? Sure. Has it meant that the amount of cost of living that's gone up, has it essentially negated the tax refund that I got this year?
yes.
I don't know. That's yet to be seen.
I mean, I would argue that based on just gas prices alone, I mean, I'm not somebody who drives a lot personally, and it has been insanely impactful for me, just that marker, not to mention I have a family in home. I have a family of 5, but I have 2 at home still. Grocery costs, I mean, astronomical increase. Just like everything costs more. Home improvements, cars that, any maintenance. So to me, like, I know I saw a very slight increase in my tax return, and I only make, because I'm married to someone, we file separately because we're second married, but I make honestly $17,000 a year, full transparency, and I work in the school system as a part-time employee in my day job. And I saw a very minimal increase. I think I only got an extra like $400 back for the year. Now, mind you, I don't make a lot. But that's with having 2 children that are dependents, the whole 9. That money was gone in like March, probably February, actually.
So if we're talking about gas, I mean, gas when I got into office, I live in Massachusetts. Gas when Trump got into office was roughly like $3 a gallon. Right now, it's about $3.70 a gallon. So it's really not a huge increase. Yeah, it went up a bit.
But the last 3 months, it was sitting at 5.
I know. I'm finishing. The gas did go up to like $4.50, I think, at the highest point, but that maybe lasted 2 weeks. So over the course of the last 3 or 4 months, sure. What's that?
What about diesel and many of our truck drivers who have literally had to leave the industry because diesel has yet to come down, and it's far exceeding $5 and $6.
I'm just speaking from anecdotal experience. I don't buy diesel, so I don't know.
How long do you think it'll take gas prices to come down as somebody who works in the oil industry?
I don't work in the oil industry.
No.
I work in the oil industry. How long do you think it'll take the gas prices to come down?
It's come down about 50 cents in the last month over here.
That's artificially coming down because they're taking oil out of the strategic oil reserve.
They did that in February.
It's still happening, and we're still shipping.
It's not happening. That happened in February.
There was actually an article that came out about it 1 or 2 days ago about how the strategic oil reserves are at the lowest they've been in a long time.
Yeah, decades.
Because they haven't refilled them. Yes, I
Correct. Agree. And so that means that the gas prices are likely to probably go stagnant and possibly even go back up as we get into further summer. So to their point is they're just highlighting that, like, you saw it go back down the last 2 weeks. That is not necessarily a marker for what we're going to see moving forward. I think my only other question is, because you talked about you want lower taxes, which, despite, like, I'm a fan of that, especially for middle and lower class working Americans. I think that I would love to see us address taxation in the sense that, things that everyday goods should be less taxed because those things that a majority of Americans have to have for survival, et cetera. But here's my problem, though. We have a president that on national TV in a presser stated that he is solely there, his government, federal government, is solely for the purpose of funding wars. I'm quoting what he said, and that it's to the states that need to find the money to make up the difference of things like healthcare, ACA subsidies, road infrastructure, all of these things that we need. I mean, public safety, police, et cetera. Child care, certain approach social programs that, are very vital to the existence of some of our communities. Yes. And I guess my question to you would be, he's telling that I live in Virginia, I'm a delegate in Virginia, and we had a $2.7 billion surplus at the end of, last year going into 26. Because of the changes just in HR 1 alone, it's costing our Commonwealth $3.4 billion. That's with nothing. That's to keep it status quo, meaning that we had to innovate and find revenue without raising taxes, I might add, in our budget to cover massive amounts of loss because of this federal administration and a singular bill that was solely passed by Republicans. So I think sometimes I get frustrated because people like yourself take your anecdotal experiences and try to use that as a foundation for how you vote or how you view politics, while ignoring the larger landscape and the reality of actual policy, actual legislation, actual fiscal responsibility, which this president has not given any examples of whatsoever in his first term or this term. I just don't understand. I'm just confused at this point as someone who is a former Republican, who is, much more on the left, obviously now, but, simply because am fiscally responsible. I am someone who believes that everyone should have access to basic means of survival, food, water, healthcare, whatever. I don't know. I know I'm tangent and rambling a little bit, but I'm just genuinely curious. How is it you don't see the bigger picture here of what he's creating?
It's hard for me to answer a question when you brought up a whole bunch of hypotheticals and theoreticals. So
I'm not. Nothing I said was hypothetical or theoretical. I'm telling you point blank. My state had to come up with $3.4 billion while only having $2.7 billion to offset the fiscal impact of the federal administration's HR 1 bill. I'm telling you, that is a reality.
If you didn't hear
why are we blaming
as a delegate, meaning that they serve in their state legislature, they are an elected member of their state legislature, and this is not hypothetical. This is actual numbers that they have had to sit down with their fellow delegates and discuss and figure out a solution to.
Sure, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, you want to sit and complain.
It's pertinent to the conversation.
You want to complain about the states, about the federal government with all the money they're spending. I don't disagree. It should be budgeted better, right? Both sides have a problem when it comes to spending money in government. My issue is why can't you?
I want to know, what do the Republicans spend the money on that is beneficial? Why can't
we hold our states' representatives accountable for their budgeting inequities?
I am a state representative, and my budget was literally tanked and set on fire by this administration.
Okay, again.
So what's the point of us paying federal taxes then? Do you want to abolish federal taxes?
We pay more in federal taxes now than we ever have.
And yet,
you support Trump's tax policy.
That is stealing money from state bodies that are paying into the federal government.
We pay more in federal taxes because there's more people in the economy working than there ever has been before. That's why we get more money in the economy through taxes.
That's not how it works.
It sure is.
The point is, the federal, let me just make something clear. Biden's administration, which, by the way, every piece of legislation he passed with overwhelmingly bipartisan support, because again, he did not have a trifecta like Trump has. Biden's policy actually stimulated the economy. It created revenue while also creating jobs. That is what you want. That is fiscal responsible policy. That is actually meeting both needs simultaneously to generate an economy. That is why we saw his entry into the White House in 2021, where he was sitting at 13% inflation because of COVID, because of all the things happening. And when he left, it had dropped all the way down to 3.4, 3.5.
I think it was.
So my point is, you're making the claim that both sides aren't fiscally responsible. Then why is it that every Democrat the last 20, 30 years has basically rescued the economy from a failing Republican policy that had typically a trifecta that put forth horrific tax policy. You can look at Clinton coming in and rescuing Bush, or was it Bush? The first Bush, from all of that shit and the war and everything else, and literally balancing the fucking budget for the first time in ever. And then who runs in? The other Bush. And he, again, tanks our economy, puts us in a recession, puts us in a worst housing crisis of all time. Again, based on a lot of tax policy, housing policy, different things that he put forth policy and legislatively. And guess who came in and rescued his ass? Obama. Obama came in, took that economy, brought it back by 2010. He came in 2009. By 2010, we were completely turned around and seen an uptick in unemployment, or downtick in unemployment, uptick in job creation. And by the time Trump entered, he inherited this incredible economy that many people don't know. But in 2019, he set on fire before COVID even touched our borders. He literally instituted the first round of tariffs on steel, and he single-handedly decimated the farming industry. He shut down more small farmers in 2019 than we had seen in decades. Not to mention, he shut down more, manufacturing, labor-intensive jobs, all of those things, factories, those shut down at record numbers in 2019. In fact, you can go to BLS statistics from that time frame and you can see the massive shift from those industries, from working class, labor-intensive jobs into things like entertainment and government and healthcare, which good thing because we had COVID on that one set. But he decimated it. And the funny thing was, a lot of people didn't know how bad it was because COVID really came in and saved his ass and gave him excuse for the economy looking like absolute dog shit. It was not because of COVID. I mean, that didn't help and he didn't respond well, but he was on the decline on all the major fiscal impacts that we see as an economy in 2019.
What?
2020 saved his ass.
But guys, most recent financial disclosure, all 927 pages of it, showed that he made over $1.4 billion sitting in the office.
Correct.
And we haven't even...
Please, sir, may I have some more?
And we haven't even seen the effects on farmers from the Strait of Hormuz being closed and still continuing being closed. We're going to see that.
It's happening in Virginia
harvest time.
at record numbers. We are already hearing from them.
We're losing
personally.
farms already. We're losing farms already. We've been losing farms essentially since he took office, but what is going on with Iran is just exacerbating the issue.
We've gone so far into the ether, I don't even know where this conversation is going.
My conversation was going in the fact that you said both sides, and you are making claims that you support Trump or you vote Republican because you think somehow they're going to be fiscally responsible. And I'm countering your claim with reality.
I never said that.
Then why do you still vote Republican?
I never said that they're fiscally responsible. Literally never came out of my mouth.
I do want to go back to something
support Republicans?
I do want to go back to something you said, Libtears. You said that you vote Republican because you like lower taxes, but you also said that we pay more in federal taxes than any other tax that is being levied against us.
No, I said we pay more in taxes in totality because more people are working now than they ever have before.
Then why is the unemployment going up?
The unemployment went down 0.1%.
They only added
4.2%.
What was the last
50,000 jobs. Yeah, 50,000.
That's abysmal.
57.
And they also changed the last 2 months, and they dropped together 45,000 jobs between May and April, according to the recent update too.
I see you, Ari. Ari's gonna explain it. I love you, Ari. Ari, I seen you in the chat like itching. You're like, oh, this is it. This is for me. I'm in. What's up, Ari? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Please enlighten us. I love when people get excited about something. So make me excited too.
It tickles my brain is the way I phrase it. So yes, the unemployment rate in May was 4.3%, and the unemployment rate ticked down to 4.2% in June. But that's not because more jobs were added. Well, they actually decreased the number of jobs added in April, decreased the numbers of jobs added in May from the original reports by about 50,000 each. And we only gained an additional 57,000 jobs in June. The reason why the unemployment rate went down, and I'm doing that in air quotes, Libtears, I'm talking. Wait for a second, I promise I'll get there. The reason why it ticked down by 0.1 percentage point is because fewer unemployed people said that they were looking for a job, that they were actively looking. They gave up on the job market. That is not a good thing.
No, it is because of retirees, not because people weren't looking for a job.
You didn't read the BLS statistics report, and I can tell because it states in there that fewer people reported that they were actively looking for a job because they gave up on the job market.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. Just the 4.2% unemployment rate really isn't a good thing, man.
No, going down is bad. I get it. It should have just went up. I mean, what are we talking about here?
It's not a good. How is it a good thing that fewer people are interested in trying to find a job because they've given up?
Because you're now using nuance and these.
Can I come up?
Uh-oh.
Probably
Wait your turn. They're gonna.
This is a friendly. I think that was.
I've been looking for a job.
Okay, we're not looking for friendlies though, sweetheart. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay, love. Thank you so much for the flow state over there on YouTube. Appreciate y'all. If you guys have a question for anybody, whether it's a friendly or it's an op, I don't care. If you have a question over on YouTube, drop a $2 super chat so I see it, or whatever the lowest super chat is, because y'all comment a lot and it's hard for me to see it.
I do have to say the fact that he just like poo-pooed nuance when the world is quite literally nothing but nuance. Like the problem with our society right now and our political climate, quite honestly, is the fact that people like yourself have some ideal that nuance is not even a thing of existence, that we are in some polarized black and white life or timeline. That's not how the real world works. Like that's just not.
If we're going to point out nuance to justify an argument and a stance, we can go back, I don't know.
Nuance is quite literally the details of facts.
Hold on a minute. We can go back 50 years of nuanced data to see the inequities in these numbers, these economical numbers when it comes to unemployment. We don't even know if they've ever been truthful or not then, right?
Correct. Okay, I'll give you that. So what about the deficit? Is the deficit a good gauge of whether or not someone is a successful politician and makes good policy that is fiscally responsible and benefits the overall economy?
No.
Really? So you think you think a singular president adding a quarter of our national debt is the right choice and path forward for us as a nation?
Do I think it's the right choice? I don't, okay, I'm on the fence. And the reason why I say that is because we are the world's reserve currency and we obviously work in fiat. We can't technically ever be insolvent. So at this point, the budget, I don't even give a shit about the budget.
First of all, we have been told in recent years, based on some policy that's come forth, that we are on the brink of solvents, of being insolvent.
They all say that. They all.
No, they have not. These are renowned economists.
Yeah, tell me another time in history when the United States has had reports that we're in danger of insolvency.
71 Bretton Woods.
So 71, one person, where I'm talking about a plethora of well-renowned economists in our country and abroad, by the way, have all come together and said that we are on the brink of insolvency.
We came off of the gold standard because we had record inflation and we couldn't fund the war.
Great. We've also single-handedly nuked all of our allied relationships under this administration, which is making us less and less considered a dependable nation. So with that, and also with the poor fiscal policy, with the fact that, again, we've added trillions more dollars to our deficit, and with the fucking HR1 that passed, again, that's putting that burden on the state's budgets, such as mine, you're ignoring the fact that we are doing so much damage and so much different, that nuance thing you said you don't really care for. We're doing so much damage in so many different elements that there's absolutely a path where we could be insolvent right now. Like that is, I mean, I'm very fearful as someone who is working in federal and state government and seeing what the federal government is doing. I am terrified of what is going to be the impact for decades to come, not years, decades. I don't know when and how long it's going to take us to recover from the enormously shitty, corrupt dealings that we are experiencing right now.
Okay, what is the second most stable currency in the world?
I don't know what you think. I mean,
I'm asking the question. Does anybody here know?
No, tell me.
No.
Okay. The reason I don't know for sure.
Trump would say crypto, but yeah, tell me.
Crypto isn't a reserve currency.
If you don't know for sure, go look first.
I asked the question. Because
dinar, the Bahari dinar.
Bahari dinar. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me actually research that quickly.
And when it comes to nuance, what Ari said about the 57,000 people, those are the initial numbers. What they also said is that the months prior got readjusted as more information came in. So 57,000 is the number now. We may find out a month or 2 months down the road that 57,000 is far less than what you think it is.
Sure, but you could say the same thing about Biden. Under Biden, the same thing happened.
No.
Biden revised his numbers down for like a whole year straight.
Okay, but even with the revisions, he still was more successful with job growth than Trump has been.
He had the same amount of actual job growth than Trump did in his first term.
He had I need you to remember what you just said. He had the same exact job growth as Trump did in his first term. You're telling me that Biden, who again, Biden, who inherited COVID at 13+% inflation, still managed to have the same fucking job growth of the former president that did not have a pandemic for 3 of his 4 presidential years. Do you understand what you just said?
He benefited from the recovery. The rebound recovery.
He did not. No, he did not. Oh my God.
How did he not?
He recovered and surpassed those numbers.
He had 16.6 million jobs created. 9 of them were from the recovery. So he only technically created 7 million.
All right,
what are we talking about?
Who's calling in? Let's see what they have to say. Thanks for calling the stream. Can you please tell me your name and where you're calling from?
Hey, Amanda, it's Cap. I'm over here in Florida, and I'm trying to inquire about Biden's economic plan after COVID. And if somebody can tell me this and fact check me, 72% of the jobs that Biden created after COVID were temporary jobs and not longevity jobs. Can you guys confirm that?
You'd like me to look that up?
I mean, most union jobs are temporary jobs. So
yeah, but 72%
construction
is
jobs.
pretty high.
No, it's not. No, it's not. When you create construction jobs, sir, which are by definition temporary jobs.
Yeah, the infrastructure bill created those. It's funny you mentioned that because the infrastructure bill created those construction jobs, and there happens to be a lot of undocumented people working those jobs.
Okay. If you are going to interrupt, I'm going to hang up on you. If you want to have an honest conversation, we can have an honest conversation. But if you interrupt,
I was just rebuttaling.
You can wait till they're done speaking.
I was just highlighting that construction jobs, which to your own, are by definition. So here's the funny thing. You're bringing up immigrants, undocumented people. We have to document that job growth.
You don't see the coincidence when he added the infrastructure bill, the border open? That's not a coincidence.
I told him I was going to hang
Jesus
up.
Christ.
I'm not doing that with him today. He calls here.
He does.
Well, I'm just gonna answer him really quickly. It's funny that you're saying that when you're claiming these undocumented filled these things. Then how do we have data and statistics on it? That means that these individuals that took those jobs clearly had either Social Security numbers or TIN numbers, ITN numbers. So that means that they were registered with the government to work, because we would not have the data and statistics around the 72% growth in those temporary jobs if we didn't have that. So, to his own point, these people were here doing it above board and legally. That was all I was trying to make a point
If you
of.
look at the Ways and Means Committee report back in 2024, they basically said that out of the 7.6 million jobs that Biden created, 1.6 of those were federal, new bureaucrats, essentially.
Okay.
So he technically only, if we're going to be nuanced about it, created 6 million jobs.
No, because you're trying to discredit the 9 million jobs created after COVID, trying to be like, these just a recovery. No.
They were not created.
So great. So I can make the same argument that Trump didn't create any fucking jobs because he had inherited enormous job growth that was on a incline from Obama. He did nothing policy wise outside of the tax policy, which we saw direct correlations in 2019 for the job market to start to decline, and then COVID hit. So if you want to make that stupid ass argument, I can highlight how Obama's actual policy and what he did for the economy is the reason that Trump looked so successful his first 2 years.
So
that's how you sound right now. That's how you sound right now.
What years do you want to credit terms as far as like the economical impact? Like year 2, year 3, year 4 of a presidential term? That makes no sense to me.
It depends.
Do you understand how policy works? It does make sense.
Sure, it goes into different.
No, Tears. It depends on what policy was implemented during the first few years of an administration.
I understand that. I'm just trying to point out the fact that, like, I need a foundation here. What are we going to base our opinions off of?
Again, policy. Yeah, like.
I keep hearing that ringing in the background. It's blowing my head.
Turn it off.
All right, what else are we talking about here?
We're talking about why you support the Republicans. That's what we're talking about. But if you don't want to talk about that anymore, we can let you go. People keep trying to call in. I can turn the phone line back on.
Well, my second reason that I support the Republicans is for lowering the amount of bureaucrats in government.
You don't think that as our population increases in the United States, the amount of employees that the government that's supposed to help manage all the population here should increase?
That's what we got AI for.
Oh, brother.
AI bombed a school in Iran, so I don't think that's a great example of what we should be using for. We also had Elon Musk come in and do a complete shot job with Doge and literally cost us more money and eliminated entire jobs and agencies that needed to exist.
Do you think AI is going to create long-term jobs?
Hold on. Do you have evidence of that Iran comment that you just made?
Yes, literally our own government has concluded that was due to AI mistaking that location for military installations that it had not been for over a decade. We know this for a fact.
The source for that? I'd like to read it.
Go Google it. It's fucking public knowledge.
I'm asking you because you presented the statement.
I got it. Tears. I got it. So an anonymous government insider from the Pentagon told the New York Times, AP News, Reuters, BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN,
Military
CBS.
Times.
They even told Fox News, Military Times. I believe the Stars and Stripes might have also reported on it as well.
Anonymous? Are they all anonymous?
Yes, because they weren't at liberty to disclose.
They're whistleblowers.
Okay.
I mean, you need to keep in mind that a whistleblower, to get them to publish this, has to provide evidence of their claims. So there was no, and it's also worth noting that we have not seen a single DOJ defamation lawsuit, and we know how they love to file those, come out against these claims. That's because they're fucking accurate.
You can't file defamation against a whistleblower. So besides that, I just wanted to see if there was factual evidence regarding that, like substantial factual evidence, not he said, she said kind of stuff.
That's substantial evidence. If
I mean, it was Tomahawk is what hit it.
If the New York Times is reporting on it, the Military Times is as unbiased as it's gonna get.
No, I agree that it was a U.S. missile. I don't understand. Not that I don't understand. I don't know for a fact that it was AI that caused it in particular. That's all I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
Would you agree, though, that AI technology has proven to not be up to date? I mean, I literally watch people, like, yes. I've done it myself. Okay, so would you think it's a crazy thought that this school that was apparently 10 plus years ago, a military installation, could you not believe that AI would not have that updated information for whatever reason and would have struck it?
Anything is possible. That's why I'm asking the question.
I mean, my concern is the fact that AI made the initial mistake, but then we as humans double tapped it and made an additional mistake and killed as they were literally trying to rescue some of these children.
Yeah, I don't. Again,
Right,
I'm not saying it didn't happen or it did happen. I just don't have the, as far as the AI is concerned, I don't have the factual evidence. That's all.
But like you admit that AI is not perfect, correct? AI is solely
fucking-
based on the information that we humans input into the system,
It's a
correct?
large language models.
Yes, yes.
Right.
yes.
So it's capable. So why would you want it to replace human interactions when it comes to our government that is making incredibly cumbersome decisions about so many different entities, both foreign and domestic?
Because it will reduce the instances, in my opinion, of fraudulent activity.
It'll also increase our need for data centers and water and power,
I don't
energy
disagree with
consumption.
that. I'm against that as well. I agree.
So we're gonna read a super chat real quick. Joel, thank you so much for the super chat. They said, 1, gonna watch France soccer game today since they actually know how to topple their regime. 2, do you like the fire department? Congrats, you like socialism. 3, why didn't Doge go after the Department of War spending $1.5 trillion?
Wasn't the Department of War created after Doge was?
No, that was a name change immediately.
It's just a name change.
No, I know.
It's always
I
the
thought,
Department of Defense.
Okay.
Lib Tears, how many long-term jobs do you think an AI data center creates?
Long-term jobs. What do we mean by long-term jobs as far as
Permanent full-time jobs. Permanent
Like
full-time
actually
jobs
working
that do
there?
not. Yes.
Maximum, it's not on the banner, sweetheart. If you sent me a gift, I apologize. Thank you so much for sending a gift. I don't see it on the banner. I apologize.
I would say probably negligible because most of it's probably automated.
Correct. Yeah,
Correct.
it's 20 to 50 average, and then larger units have like maybe 100 to 120 if it's one of these super data centers.
Listen, we can agree on this being a problem. I'm not going to discredit anything you're saying about it. I am somewhat
And
against
why would you
this.
want more AI being used in our government if you're against the use of data centers? Like data centers solely are funding corporations, conglomerates, and other entities. They're not funding like you and me Google searching how to get to DoorDash or get DoorDash.
I am
And,
not
and they're being
anti-
used for job replacement.
I am not anti-AI. I believe it needs to be regulated. And I believe that current government, the way government works currently, the systems are so outdated that nothing makes sense anymore. So there needs to be something better.
I understand that, but you're pushing for us to instead of hire actual human beings in roles as our country grows in population size and need for these jobs and roles, you're arguing for AI, which you, by your own definition or your own admission, admit that is not regulated at all. It's a problem, and it is also excessively destroying our energy system, our grid, as well as our water supply. So why in the F are you mad that we hired people under Biden in industries that you yourself admit we should not be expanding in AI until we get these other things right?
How is our population growing if our net birth rate is going down?
That's what immigration is good for, and make sure that we're continuing to keep jobs sustained and supply under Trump's run for 24. Like, it would be one thing if our unemployment rate was like 10%. Yeah, maybe you can make an argument that these jobs are not available. But they were saying this and screaming this in the streets and holding up like deport now signs as our unemployment rate was sitting below 4%.
Sure, but
One of the lowest in the rate.
If you want to continuously add all these people into our country, we already have enough problems in our country with poverty, lack of access to essential.
Yeah, but that has
needs.
nothing to do with
Hold on.
immigrants.
It does, because
No, it doesn't.
the money has to go to somebody, does it not?
The money is not going to immigrants.
Where's it going then?
The money is going to
Immigrants are literally floating. Correct.
Where's the money going?
You need to understand something. Immigrants, because I actually work with them in my community, they are flying under the radar. They are not seeking out benefits. They are not seeking out handouts. They are doing everything in their means to work, sometimes 2 and 3 jobs. They are caring for their children and their families that they typically have brought here to escape a really dire situation. Like, it is wild to me that we have demonized and vilified an entire population of people that is based solely on fucking bullshit, and ignoring the fact that this lie exists because corporate motherfuckers and oligarchs want you to punch down on somebody instead of realizing they're the ones siphoning all of the money and resources out of your pocket. Like that is what's
So
actually
they're
fucking happening.
undocumented immigrants are not eligible for most social welfare
Correct.
programs
They're not
federally,
eligible for
but
any
through
no
the
federal.
state
Federal.
No
through the
federal.
states they are, and the
Okay,
states
what
have
does
to
that
apply for grants
So
and funding, which funds
no,
those
no, 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 no,
programs.
no, no,
So
no.
we
They're
do
different
indirectly
funds. They're
fund
different
them.
funds.
They're
The
different funds, and
programs
you're
that
getting
have
this
state
completely
programs
backwards.
have that use their state funding. They don't use the federal funding. They cannot.
Correct. We are not legally allowed to use federal funding.
Okay,
Like
and
I live
that's
in
why
Virginia. We have no programs for undocumented at the state level, and then we also don't have access to them at the federal level. But we have some of the largest numbers of undocumented people in our state. But we don't have those benefits for them. Why are they coming here? Because they're fucking working and they're making better lives for themselves and they're evading horrific situations. It is the fact that the most uninformed people are the one, again, punching down. You should be punching up. You should be punching up to people that have, I don't know, the president who just pocketed $1.4 billion by using his own insider trading and just openly admitted last night in an interview that his sons have access to insider trading and that's okay. And that's how they make their
So
dealings.
in Massachusetts, undocumented immigrants are eligible for Mass Health Limited, which is for emergency services and stuff like that.
Oh my God, you're letting them get emergency services?
Can I fucking finish?
Okay, go ahead.
For it.
Okay. They're also eligible for the health safety net. They're also eligible for tuition, MASFA, which is through the state, free community college, TAFDC, EAEDC, and a multitude of other programs that include labor resources and ability to get jobs through government programs. So
Before I even look
that
up, can you tell me in what way that is a negative to the state of Massachusetts?
Because that money, instead of going to people that fucking need it, citizens that need it in this country, are going to these programs. That's my problem.
And how many people have been denied access to these programs because immigrants have been granted access?
These programs are designed specifically for undocumented immigrants.
No, you're wrong. And I
How
just looked
many
up
people-
his tuition
Hold on,
claim
Jess,
alone
hold
was
on.
bullshit.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Jess. How many people who are citizens have been excluded from programs because undocumented people have been allowed access to programs?
I can't give you an answer for that because I don't know.
So you're basing what you're saying off of something that's not even true.
I'm basing what I'm saying off of basic math. If the money is getting funded to this, if the state is allocating funding to these programs, they're getting that funding
so
through
then we
other
would be able to
avenues from the federal government.
Then we would be able to ascertain how many people were excluded from programs because of undocumented people being included in programs. If we were
The
looking
state
at
won't
budgetary-
allow us to do a fucking audit. We voted for an audit in this fucking state to audit all that shit, and guess what? The state fucking won't let us do it. The
Thank you
state
so much,
auditor's
Joel, for the
fighting
super
this in
chat. Joel
court.
said, I bet my life savings undocumented immigrants would have gotten the reflecting pool done right and better for a fraction of the cost. You're not wrong, Joel. You're not wrong.
Facts. Just really quickly on your claim about tuition, they do not get free tuition. They get in-state tuition and the ability to apply for financial aid, which, by the way, your state does not use all of because apparently you're not literally telling your students in your school system to apply for fucking FAFSA, but whatever. So they get access to that, and only if they have been in the state and in public schools for at least 3 years. So they've had to be registered and attending an in-state high school for 3 years prior to applying for college. They do not get free tuition.
They get funding.
They get the same low-income funding if they qualify. It's based on income that everybody in Massachusetts has, of which you do not use all of. There is still excess funding that is available to Massachusetts that they're not accessing.
You're
is what I'm
proving my
trying to tell
point.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for proving
I'm not
my
proving
point.
your point.
No.
There
are.
is no benefit being taken. There is no benefit being eliminated from residents and U.S. citizens of Massachusetts because of undocumented immigrants.
I never
They
said
are
that.
literally they are here for a minimum of 3 years, meaning they are contributing to taxes, to the system, to the economy, and they are getting a benefit to apply for aid, not full rides, aid to go to an in-state school.
I never said that, but the budget goes up when you have to fund all these programs through the state.
Then why
which
is it that
requires
if
money.
you're claiming it's
Show
going
me
up,
proof
then
of
why
that.
hasn't it all been funded?
Yeah, okay. Let me get you
Thank
the
so much
budgets
for
from
super
year
chat.
over year
JR
from
said,
Maura
why don't
Healy.
these clown conservatives ever have the facts relevant to their arguments? I don't know, JR. Thank you for the super chat.
I also looked it up, and it looks like there is literally a net neutral of immigrants and what they pay into the system in Massachusetts versus what they take. So literally what they are getting that you're bitching about, they are the reason those funds exist.
Again, the funding still need. My whole argument is the money is getting allocated to undocumented immigrants instead
But
of
undocumented
citizens
immigrants
of
are
the state.
paying into your system. Immigrants are paying into Medicaid, or Medicare that they don't get access to. They're paying into Social Security that they don't get access to. They are paying into your tax system that they get small amounts of access through the programs you are listing because they live in the state of Massachusetts. You're ignoring the fact that the funding they are paying overwhelmingly that goes to the federal government that they are never going to see a dime of unless by some grace of God they're able to get their legal status to figure it out in the 10 plus years it takes to do so in this country. You're ignoring the fact that they're paying astronomically into the federal government. They're paying into the state government, of which they are not spending more of practically when it comes to the benefits that are being allocated. So how is it a net negative to you as a Massachusetts?
Fiscal year enacted budget 2024 $56.08 billion. Fiscal year 2025 $57.78 billion, 3% increase. Fiscal year 26, $61.01 billion, 5.4% increase. Oh, why is this going up? Fiscal year 2027, that's just been submitted. Total budget $63.42 billion, 3.9% year over year change.
Great.
Who's
Now
paying that?
put
Who's
Google
paying
now
that?
put in your Google chat, why has this dollar amount gone up? Or is this due to immigrants? Put that in there and see what ChatGPT spits out.
I don't use ChatGPT.
Well, whatever you're using to get your data right now.
I'm on the Massachusetts Municipal Association
Great.
website.
Does it say why that dollar amount is going up? Because you arbitrarily listing your increase in your budget, because I just highlighted to you how my budget in my state got decimated and was literally a difference of $700 million that we had to find to make ourselves whole with no added new programs. Do you understand that?
Mandated public school funding overhauls, influx of new revenue earmarked specifically for new public programs. Oh, that's weird. Non-discretionary healthcare cost expansions.
Would not be
Weird.
Deficit. Influx of new revenue is not a deficit. That's
Again, influx of new revenue earmarked specifically for new public programs.
okay.
Okay.
So who has access to public programs?
People in this state, including undocumented immigrants that I just stated 5 minutes ago.
Do you know for undocumented people in the state of Massachusetts to have access to the health safety net program that they have to live at 300% of the federal poverty level? 300%.
I do, yes.
So these
Sure,
people
but they still
they're
qualify for it.
struggling. So who cares? Like, why does that hurt you? What do you think they're taking money away from? How does that harm?
Because it's money getting allocated to things that aren't going to people that need it, that are impoverished in this state, that are poor, that are
People
broke,
that are
dying.
impoverished still have access to those
still have
programs,
access to
and for
those
the
programs.
and for the umpteenth time, immigrants pay as much as they take into the system in Massachusetts.
Net neutral.
Do you have facts to support that?
I looked it up.
What's the number?
They are paying into your state government on average in taxes alone, just for Massachusetts state taxes, nearly $700 million a year.
Let's see how accurate that is. Okay, 650 million.
Okay, 650 million.
What's the state budget going up year over year? About 3 billion. So how does that even equate there?
They are not spending $3 billion. They're not spending $3 billion a year. You're making the claim that immigrants are taking that. You're not. I'm just curious. Have you looked up? No. Have you looked up?
The budget is going up by 5%.
Yes. Cool. Have you looked up how many U.S. citizens?
This is why we can't make a budget in this country.
Have you looked in Massachusetts how many U.S. citizens are now taking social programs? how much that has increased. Have
We're
you looked that
making
up?
excuses, dude. This is the
You're-
fucking problem in this
You're
country. We're
ignoring what
never
I'm
going to be
saying.
fiscally
We are
responsible in this
seeing
country.
an increase. You're right, until we tax millionaires and billionaires. They should not exist. Facts.
No,
But no.
that's
Let
not
me ask you a
happening.
question. Are you ignoring the fact that overall poverty is on the incline? The literal wealth gap is growing immensely, namely because of policy like Trump's first tax policy and a second one. Oh, that's Gail.
Well, sorry, friend. They paid to kick you. If you'd like to respond to Jess real quick, I'll give you 10 seconds to respond to Jess.
I was just going to say, he needs to go Google how many U.S. citizens in Massachusetts have increased their use of social programs, because I guarantee you it's spiking, and that's why your budget's going up, because people are poor now.
I will be back to have this discussion. Thank you for ever kicked me.
This is always the case, right? They argue about certain things, but they're not educated on them. And that's fine. Like, there are plenty of things that I don't know jack shit about, but we'll talk about it. We'll figure it out together. We'll look it up. We'll do some research. There are plenty of things that I don't know about. But if that's going to be your contention, if that's going to be what you choose to vote on, please educate yourself on what it is that you're choosing to use as the metric for who you vote for. Like, I don't know anything about Massachusetts at that level, because I don't live in Massachusetts. It doesn't impact me when we're talking about state policy. But I'm going to look it up. We're going to have a conversation about it. But I just don't understand how you can blame a group of people for something that you yourself don't even fucking know the facts about. Like, that's wild.
I did just look it up because I was curious. SNAP benefits alone in the last decade in Massachusetts by U.S. citizens has increased by 40%. 40%. That type of growth rate is going to cause your budget to have to inflate year over year to meet that need.
Yeah. When more people need help, we need more money.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with the status of people in this country, whether they're documented or undocumented. It really doesn't. And I looked up what you said, and it does say that they're essentially a net neutral.
Yeah.
So.
Not to mention the taxes that are going to the Fed that they never see and get benefits from.
Yep. Let's see. So you only qualify for SNAP in Massachusetts if you are a U.S. citizen, a legal permanent resident, or a Cuban or Haitian entrant, because of the status that they were recently able to hold, but I'm sure that's going to change because of TPS. So, people who are excluded from SNAP is refugees, asylees, victims of trafficking, and those with humanitarian parole. State-funded supplements to cover these groups has ended. So, those people are here with status, libtiers. This is what I need you to focus on, friend. They're here documented. They're here documented. They were permitted into this country. And you got kicked, so I'm not arguing with you from the chat. You're actually going to get muted, or we're just going to ignore you. Yeah, he got, somebody sent it. Somebody sent a Galaxy. It was Professor Cozy. Professor Cozy sent the Galaxy. Yeah, that's crazy. Guys, if you talk in caps, you get muted. Cap, you know this. Just like when I told you if you interrupt, you're going to get hung up on. And you interrupted and you got hung up on, so now you're going to get muted if I see you in caps again. There you are. In caps again. So now you just go into timeout for the rest of the day. We're probably not going to get anybody from TikTok anymore. Let's turn that voice call line on. You can call in now if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. Please feel free to give the call line a ring, and you can state your piece. Why do you still support the Republicans? Yes, caps are only for moderators and for me so that we can communicate with each other effectively in the chat. I don't need people yelling in the chat. It's not necessary. It's annoying. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to respond to you. It just means that I'm going to see you and mute you. I don't have a vocal fry, Kyron. If I had a vocal fry, I would be like, hello. Oh my God.
There's
I don't
there's
talk
somebody
like
in the guest request.
Yeah, they're friendly. What's up, Mikey?
What's going on?
Not
Just
much.
wanted to
Go ahead.
just wanted to call out how they will sneak into the country under the radar and then come and commit all of the crimes while being lazy and also taking all of our jobs.
I know. That's a heavy agenda. They do a lot all at once. It's a lot of heavy lifting. Thanks for calling.
Come in
Can you
peace.
please? Okay. Can you tell me
Okay.
where you're calling from?
I'm calling from Florida. I just have one question for her. Does she live in a sanctuary city and she's complaining about 40%?
Jess.
Hello?
Jess, he was talking to you. Can you hear him? Jess is no longer. Are you talking to me, the host, or are you talking to the person on the panel?
No, not to you, Amanda. I was
Wait.
talking to the one complaining about Massachusetts but she's living in half a sanctuary city and she has the nerve to
I don't
complain
live in a
about 40%.
sanctuary city. I don't live in a sanctuary city. And I wasn't complaining about 40%. I was telling him that his budget has likely inflated year over year because in the last 10 years, the SNAP benefit recipients by U.S. citizens in Massachusetts has increased by 40%.
And why is that? Because you're telling me the whole state of Massachusetts or the whole city of Massachusetts doesn't have sanctuary cities in it? Please tell me you're going to say no.
Wait, what does that have to do with U.S.
But that has-
citizens increasing SNAP benefits by 40%?
Why do sanctuary cities occur for those that can get
These two
those
things are
subsidies?
not related.
Right or wrong?
These two things are not
Wait,
related, sir. We're
I
talking
know.
about United States citizens increasing their need for SNAP.
That's
This has nothing
semantics.
to do
You
with
guys
SNAP.
know what I'm talking about. You're getting that 40%
That's
going
not
to
even what
a
semantics
subsidy.
means.
Why is that subsidy there?
The 40% is going to U.S. citizens, sir.
How do you know
What
they're
does that have to
citizens?
do
Give me
with-
the data. Give me
Because
the
I
proof.
looked it up, because the data is in Massachusetts' web portal where I looked it up, and they said that U.S. citizens in Massachusetts has increased SNAP benefits by 40% in the last 10 years. Go look it up. Google is free.
No, I mean, Google is free, but that sounds like you guys need to get your ship in order, man. Like, it sounds like you have a lot of people in your state.
Okay, so
No,
that's
it
talking about
sounds like we should tax
Massachusetts.
the
Jess
rich.
is not in Massachusetts; they're in Virginia. The person who was in Massachusetts was the one who was saying that they don't support immigration, and they have since been removed from the stream. The chat paid to kick them.
No,
So
listen,
they're
look,
confused.
and I don't want to cut anybody off. I agree of doing it the right way, but it just seems like it's being like hyper fast of like all this stuff getting approved when people have been waiting like 10 years to get green cards and to get asylum. How does that
So
work?
we should be reforming immigration, not kicking people out. We should be adding more people to the immigration system in terms of workers like judges and administrative staff, and not kicking people out. I mean,
No,
like,
I agree. 1,000% I agree, but you have
so
to do
what
it
is
the
your
right
contention?
way, and it's not being done the right way according to Minnesota because that fraud, 250 million, is real.
No, the Minnesota fraud that you're bringing up was
So
literally
Minnesota
already
fraud is
being
not real,
adjudicated.
Callionia fraud is not real, Chicago fraud is not
I
real.
could,
Like,
I mean,
it's all
I
make
could
believe, right?
answer you if you'd let me
Yeah.
finish. So Minnesota's fraud had already been being litigated for years. It's also worth noting that the ringmaster behind all of the frauds, specifically in childcare centers,
I don't care what color
was
she
a
was.
white
It was fraud.
was a white woman, right? You don't care what color she
Okay,
is,
it's
but
fraud. I
yet
don't care about the
somehow,
color. It's about right and
yet
wrong. She did
somehow
wrong,
they
and
made
you're
it
covering it up.
great, and it wasn't covered up. It was being litigated for years.
You're making excuses. You're trying to say, "Oh, she was white. That's why it happened." And it goes, blah, blah. No, I don't care about that. It's
Do you know
fraud.
what the word litigated means?
Teach me, educate me.
It means that it was already being charged in a criminal court. She was
And
already
it never
being
got done when
prosecuted.
Biden was there. Oh, light
That has
bulb.
nothing
Why
to
Do you
do
didn't
know
that
with
how
happen?
long?
Biden. That has nothing to do with Biden.
It does, because he was
Correct.
trying to look out for
It's a
Kamala.
state
That's why.
case.
And
It was a
Tim Paul.
state case.
Tampon Tim was doing the same thing.
Bro, I can't stand Miami Cubans. I can't.
That was confusing.
He has no idea what he's talking about. None. We're talking about gas price and he's like, but, oranges.
What about Biden? What about Biden?
That's crazy.
The louder
We're
they
talking
get, the
the
more
economy,
wrong
and
they
he's
are.
like, and he's like, but Pluto is a planet. I'm like, what? The fuck are you talking about, you weirdo? Oh man, Russ, how are you? How are you, my
Good.
friend?
I'm doing
What's going
excellent. I just
on?
want not much. I just wanted to highlight that those charges against Amy Bach actually did come under Biden, just in case the last caller didn't understand. But she was actually charged under the Biden administration for the
Yeah, I
biggest
don't know if
fraud
you.
case in Minnesota's history. So I don't know where
I don't know
he's.
if they know this too. Like going through the court system takes years.
It
They
does,
just
yeah,
go, here's your charges. See you at court tomorrow. Guilty.
exactly,
Done.
yes.
It doesn't
And
work
and
that way.
she also was not an immigrant, so that kind of refutes his entire argument that the immigrants were the problem. So anyway, just wanted to point that out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yep, actually was libtears. You might want to look it up. But anywho, I'll drop. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, I'll drop you for the algo. Bye.
Peace. Bye.
Guys, if you're not in my broadcast channel on TikTok, we're going to talk about something real quick. This is very important. Right here, we have our good friend Kiara. Kiara has talked about what is going on with their job situation a few times. If you guys didn't know, Kiara works in the oil industry, specifically for British Petroleum, aka BP. And in Indiana, they have a pretty decent sized refinery, and they have chosen not to negotiate with their union and instead lock the union members out of their jobs. It has been over 100 days where the employees of this refinery have not received any kind of pay. Now, if you guys haven't been here for a long time, then maybe you wouldn't know this, but if you've been here for a long time, I know some of y'all have followed me for years. Kiara is always one of the first people when we need mutual aid to donate. I can tell you hundreds of dollars have come out of Kiara's pocket to help other people. And now's our time to stand up and help Kiara. Kiara has a goal of $1,000. Right now we're at we're at $360 raised. If y'all can if you can send gifts to Kiara, if you guys can hit the pay links, you can find mine in my bio if you want to send it to me. Kiki's are Lesbaru Kiki on everything. You can find them. Do you have your pay links in your bio, Kiki?
Yeah, I believe I do.
Okay, if y'all can help out Kiki, we're almost halfway there. We're almost halfway there to the goal, so that Kiara can continue to pay her electricity bill and her water bill and her mortgage, so that she can keep living in her home until hopefully this lockout is over. $1,000 isn't a lot of money. If you guys give a shit about people, like, now's your time to stand up and do something. Don't send the shit to me. I'm going to be sending my gifts from this live to Kiara directly, because I know when you guys gift her, I get a portion of it. I'm going to give her whatever you send. So step up. If you guys send all the super chats that we've had so far, we've had $30 in super chats. Those are going to go to Kiara as well. And then at the end, I will do my best to tally it up. But right now, we're sitting at $360 in cash. So we're trying to get to that $1,000 goal. Y'all can talk now. Gabby's talking to me. She's asking me to open paint for her. I'm coming. Thank you for calling the stream. Can you please tell us your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Max, and I'm calling from Ohio.
All right, Max from Ohio. What's going on?
Well, I think abortion is murder.
Well, what does it say above my head?
Oh, why do you still support the Republicans?
That's what we're
yeah,
talking about. We're not talking about your sick little twisted fantasy to control women.
Okay, yeah.
So why do you support Republicans?
Because they're pro-life. Most of them.
They're not pro-life.
Most of them are, for abortion at least.
They're not pro-life. That's not pro-life. Pro-life doesn't end with stopping abortion. Being pro-life means that you're instituting social programs that allow people to have access to food and housing, that you are making sure that people have access to education, that you are making sure that people have access to reproductive care, both pre, during, and post-childbirth, not excluding disabled people and threatening to put them in institutions is not pro-life. Like, those things are, none of those things are pro-life. Republicans are not pro-life, they are pro-forced birth.
Well, to be able to do all those things, you have to be alive. You can't get murdered in the womb to be able to like even get any of those social programs.
It's not murder. Okay.
What is it if it's not murder?
If these social programs don't exist, right? The driving factors for people having abortions are socioeconomic issues and mental health. So if we're not addressing those things, then you're not pro-life. The Republican Party does not create any policies to make sure that people have access to food, water, and health care. So they are not pro-life.
No, I agree with what you said there. Like, sir, I think we should have like those programs.
What is an episiotomy?
What?
What is an episiotomy?
A what?
An episiotomy.
It's the removal. I would imagine it's because otomy is the removal of
Ectomy
a woman.
Removal.
Something. What?
Ectomy.
Or an incision or something.
The suffix ectomy.
Ectomy is removal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
so how many weeks?
a
What is the average?
hysterectomy.
What is the average? What is the average human gestational period?
40 weeks.
Okay. Well, at least you know that.
Yeah.
Do you know the
I
differentiating
know a lot of
factors
it.
between eclampsia and preeclampsia?
Can you say that again?
Do you know the differentiating factors between eclampsia and preeclampsia?
They're both have to do with your blood pressure. Preeclampsia is like high blood pressure.
No.
Then the other one's really?
No.
Really?
No, really.
Oh wait, no, I got it. No, yeah. Preeclampsia is while
so
she's
we're not
pregnant.
going to have a conversation about abortion. No, preeclampsia and eclampsia, the differentiating factor is not pregnancy or birth. Jesus Christ. We're not talking about abortion, so why is it that you support the Republicans? Because they're not pro-life. We've already established that.
Yeah. But it's more just because most of them want to stop abortions. That's what it is for me.
You just like to control women. When was the last time you had an abortion? When did you need an abortion?
Never.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with you. It is not your concern. It doesn't impact you in any way, shape, or form.
So I should just like sit back and like, oh yeah, dismember that baby. Dismember this baby. Murder them.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
So caller,
Yeah.
if a mother's life is at risk, do you think an abortion to intervene, say at like 16 weeks, they're like, if we don't abort this pregnancy at 16 weeks, the mother is going to die. Do you think that's an acceptable reason to terminate a pregnancy for abortion?
Yes, if her life is at risk, I think that's the one exception. But if her health is at risk, that's something different.
So what you've just admitted to the entire chat is that you actually do not care about abortion or protecting life. You care about controlling women. Because your answer, why?
I said if the mother is going to die, she should be able to have an abortion, which is very rare.
So why is it?
Rare.
First of all, it's not as rare as you think it is. Why is it that you think that all of a sudden the baby doesn't have value anymore?
Because first of all, it wouldn't be murder; it would be killing, and because the mom has she's able to hopefully reproduce more, and I would want to pick the mother over.
You don't think she couldn't reproduce more if she had? You don't think she could reproduce more if she chose to have an elective abortion, say at 6 weeks pregnant or 8 weeks pregnant, because she decided that having a child in that time of her life, for whatever reason, by her own reasoning, isn't the right time? You don't think that can be the case? Because that's what I did. I had an abortion, and then I went on to have 3 beautiful, healthy children.
Child.
Don't be.
I'm
it's
sorry
fine.
for your loss.
It allowed me to meet and marry the right person at the time in my life and have 3 beautiful, healthy children.
I'm sorry for the loss of your fourth. Wait, what was
Don't
the
be.
question?
I don't know.
I am.
You're not making a whole lot of sense. You just said that she could go on to have more babies. How is it that someone can't go on to have more babies if they have an elective abortion?
They can though.
What if a woman is assaulted and forcibly impregnated?
It's not the baby's fault that he was conceived in rape.
Okay, but you think that the mother who had no choice in the matter should have to forcibly carry a baby to term that she doesn't want to?
Yes, and you think that's going to take away a trauma of being raped?
What if she's
having an abortion?
13?
Like, oh,
What if she's 13?
she's 13. You realize this
Yeah.
accounts for less than 0.5% of cases?
I don't care. If it
You realize
counts
that.
for one case, it doesn't matter.
Then yes,
If she's 13 and she is forcibly impregnated, do you think that she should have the right to have an abortion?
no.
So you think a 13-year-old, you don't think carrying a baby to term
Yes.
is not traumatic on a body and a mind and the entire future of an individual?
There's positive health effects of pregnancy too.
No,
If you get
False.
sick, you have
Wait,
two immune
how many
systems.
Name
babies
one
have you
positive
had?
None. Name one positive health effect of pregnancy.
If you get sick, right, you have the baby's immune system fighting it off and yours.
No,
That's
the
just
baby
one.
has no immune system. The baby
Yes,
has no
they
immune
do.
system. No, they don't, because it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
What
not
is?
a baby.
Look up what fetus translates to.
Tell me.
Offspring. What is a human offspring? A baby. So those words are interchangeable.
No, they're not interchangeable. That's why we have different names for them. That's why they're called embryos and zygotes and fetuses. That's why there's different names, because they're different stages of human development. They are not a fully formed human being capable of sustaining life outside of the womb.
I'm not a fully formed
It's a
human being.
Yes,
I'm
Yes, you are.
21.
You are a fully
Is my
formed
brain
human
fully
being.
developed? Is my
That
brain
does not
fully
matter.
developed? Am I done? Am I done
Are you
growing? I'm not fully formed.
Can you feed yourself?
Yes. Can a baby feed itself?
Great.
No.
Can you breathe on your own? Wait, can you breathe on your own?
Yeah. Some humans can't.
Great.
Though.
Okay, and what do we can? Okay, let me ask you a question.
So are you
Do you think if
advocating for ending
I
the lives of people who are unable to sustain, people who have been born? You're advocating for ending their lives if they need some type of medical intervention to sustain life?
I didn't hear much of what you said. I just heard a bunch of mumbling.
I said, so are you advocating for ending the life of people who have been born who need life-sustaining medical measures?
No, I'm advocating for no abortions. That's what I'm advocating for.
Do you know if you want less abortions, you should support actual abortion policy being legal and the sustain and expansion of social programs? If you want less
That
abortions.
was the point that I was trying to get to him, that Republicans are not pro-life for those reasons.
Correct.
Well, I don't.
Because we know for a fact that was the percentage of abortion rates higher? No. Was the percentage of abortion rates
It was higher after Roe v.
or
Wade was
lower?
overturned, yes.
Yes,
it
why?
was higher after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Why?
Because they get illegal abortions. Back alley
No,
abortions.
that's not why. That's not why. I live in the state of Virginia. It's legal here. We saw the highest influx of people travel out of state in the adjacent southern states to my state, and we saw a 20% increase in abortion care. You need to understand something. When we ban abortion at any stage, like let's say the 6-week ban, when you ban an abortion at 6 weeks, the environment that you've now created is that a woman who gets pregnant unexpectedly is now going to make a rush decision, wherein a different circumstance in a state like, say, Virginia, where you have access to abortion up until the 3rd trimester, you are going to make the decision that, like, okay, I have some time. Do I have the ability to do this? Do I have a support system? Can I financially take on this burden?
You support abortions in the
is my
third
partner?
trimester?
No, I just said up to
support
the 3rd trimester.
And you're okay with that?
But not including.
Can I ask the caller a question real quick?
Sure.
What's the definition
Hey,
of
what
an
are your
abortion?
pronouns?
She, her.
Okay. the medical definition of an abortion is the removal of a pregnancy.
It's not. It's the termination of a pregnancy, and it doesn't state by which means.
What?
That's why
Do
miscarriages
you know
are
how an
being
abortion is
spontaneous.
done? You guys even know how an abortion is done?
Yes, I had
I'm
one.
very
Did we
well
miss that part of the conversation?
How far along were you?
It was about 6 weeks.
So you took mifepristone and misoprostol, or however you say
No,
it.
I did not. That didn't exist when I had it.
So you had a DNC.
Correct.
Okay. Do you guys know what a DNE is?
What
Yes.
is a DNA? Tell us.
A dilation and evacuation, where a baby
Correct.
is dismembered, its head is crushed, and you are for that. In the second trimester, you are for that.
I'm actually anti-abortion.
You are?
I am.
I feel like you're trolling.
No, I'm anti-abortion. I don't think that in today's society, abortion should have to exist. But because of people that vote Republican and refuse to provide access to resources necessary for people to sustain life outside the womb in a healthy way, we have abortion. Abortion exists. I'm anti-abortion because medical science should have advanced enough to make sure that we have means necessary to sustain pregnancies without endangering the life of the mother. But female reproductive health is drastically under-resourced and drastically underfunded. I'm anti-abortion. I don't think that we should have to have abortions exist, but because those factors do exist, abortion is necessary.
I don't think how hard your life is or anything. I don't think we should just be able to kill somebody just because they might have a hard life outside of the womb. I think a chance at life.
When are you planning on adopting from foster care?
I haven't really thought about that yet. I'm still young.
So then you should
That's
have
an
your
option.
opinion. If you're not going to,
What?
if you're not going to submit a solution to the problems that I just listed, then you should not be pro-life. Because you're not doing
Do you
anything
think-
to help the situation.
Do-
Why do people have abortions?
The number one reason is financial instability, I believe.
Okay, so if Republicans are doing nothing to address financial instability, which is
Yeah, I'm not a Republican. I don't agree with everything the Republicans agree with.
so you just came in
Well,
here
I
because
just
you
support-
wanted to argue abortion.
I mean, I support a lot of what the Republicans do right now, but like the stuff you're
But
saying, like the
it's
social
like-
programs, that's something I agree with the Democrats do.
So you can't.
You know what I mean?
You can't be. Oh, God. Who did you vote for?
You can't have it both ways, my guy.
Who did you vote for?
I didn't vote because they were both icky.
You
He just
didn't
wants to
vote, you
control
don't get a
women
voice
in
here.
women's spaces. Because the conversation is not about abortion, and he called in to talk about abortion, which clearly he doesn't understand. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I am anti-abortion. I am anti-abortion because I don't think as a society we should need to have abortion. But here we fucking are because we refuse to address the major factors that cause people to have abortions. We don't have access to reproductive care. We don't have access to prenatal care. We don't have access to social programs or financial assistance or fucking food benefits or housing benefits in the way that we need to. Like, we see that these are the driving factors for abortion when we refuse to fucking address them. So until the Republicans address this shit and make it easy for people to raise children, abortion is necessary. Then we can talk about medical research and how medical research is drastically underfunded and under fucking performed for reproductive health. Why should someone's only option for a pregnancy that they wanted have to end in a termination? Because we are not doing anything to improve the situation. We're just telling women to shut the fuck up and do what they want us to do. And that's not healthy for anybody. That's not healthy for society. That's not healthy for women. That's not healthy for young girls growing up and knowing that they don't have assistance if they need it.
And you can't have a political party saying, oh, we need higher birth rate numbers, and then create situations where birth rate is going to drop because you cannot financially sustain not only yourself, but an extended family.
And that's why I'm pro-choice. I mean, maybe it doesn't make sense to you guys when I say I'm anti-abortion, and that's fine. Like, for me, it makes sense to me that we shouldn't have to have these issues as barriers to creating families or not creating families. But I am pro-choice for that reason. I understand that those barriers exist. I understand that people need to make difficult decisions, or in some cases, it's an easy decision. People wake up and they go, you know what? I know that I can't do this. But I am pro-choice. You have to be pro-choice. If you love women and you care about women and you care about people who have the capability of being pregnant, you have to be pro-choice. And you have to be fighting for legislation that improves the quality of life of these children once they're born, because Republicans don't do that. They're taking away SNAP benefits that feed children. They want to get rid of free school lunches that feed children. Like, how can you be pro-life and want to do those things? It makes no sense. Hail Satan. Okay, I'm glad that I was able to articulate myself in a way that people understand, because it makes sense in here, but sometimes the things that happen in here, once they go through the brain-mouth filter, don't make sense. Especially when I'm passionate about something, I get caught up on my words. But I wish that we lived in a society that actually cared about life, because that's not true. If Republicans cared about life outside the womb, there would be changes to gun control. We would have a better system of reform in which people who have no business owning weapons having access to weapons. Because the number one killer of children is gun violence. Y'all don't care about that, though, because you don't care about these children once they're born. You care about fetuses. You care about controlling what happens in a uterus. And that's why I don't like talking about abortion with y'all, because you genuinely don't get it, and you refuse to get it.
And on this 4th of July, just a PSA, keep your children away from the fireworks if you're doing them on your own. We do not need people going to the hospital for losing limbs.
Oh my God, you can't see how, you have no idea how many times I've seen kids lose fingers and shit. Adults too. Your butthole, and I'm saying this in all seriousness, your butthole is not a platform for launching a bottle rocket. And I'm saying this in all seriousness because I've actually seen people come to the ER for trying to use their butt cheeks or their butthole to launch bottle rockets. That's not what that's for, my guy. Please don't do that. You will end up burning your asshole and your scrotum.
And if you care about veterans, don't do fireworks. There's a large number of us that don't like coming home from combat situations and then hearing combat type noises in our neighborhoods.
They're very angry over on YouTube. As soon as I mentioned gun reform, they're like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Nobody wants to take guns from responsible people, Hunt. Nobody wants to take guns from responsible people. Stolen valor? Not a single person here is stolen valor. Abortion is healthcare. Hocus Pocus, you're a man. You can't speak to that. Just because politics, abortion has become so highly politicized doesn't mean that people are desensitized to it. Passionate Fruitcake, if you want to try the bottle rocket thing, you go right ahead. But you are going to burn your rectum and your genitalia. I assure you that. Where did I serve? What unit was I in? I served in the United States Army. I was stationed at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, at Reynolds Army Community Hospital. I worked in healthcare, and I still do.
And if anybody is asking about me, I was in the Marine Corps, 1st Battalion, 6th Marines in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
Yes, I have children. That is not true. The number one killer of children in the United States is not abortion, it is gun violence. Alex said what years because they were also in Lejeune. I gotta go let my dog in.
Alex, I don't know if we're the same age.
Why were y'all so quiet?
I was typing.
Oh, you could have just answered verbally. Sean, you're full of shit. Thank you, Passionate Fruitcake, but no caps, okay, babe? Richard, you can actually go look that up. The CDC has statistics on that. It is the number one killer of children is, in fact, gun violence. Yes, it will, Maximum. Yes, it will. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you. Anything, because gifts contribute to the financial success of the stream, I guess is the best way to say it. So anything that I make from this stream today, both on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok, is going to go to Kiara. Thank you so much for the super chat, Joel. It says, if MAGA does not like a country where gay marriage is legal and women can vote, why don't they leave? I'm sure Argentina and Turkey are great. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, man. Kiara, how far have you gotten anything yet?
I got 25 from Natty.
Okay. Hold on one second. Upload around 4 unless I hear from you. I'll tag everyone. You can collab me. Thank you so much for your hard work. I have to take a look at this. Hold on. Y'all can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm going to be muted for the next 1 minute and 40 seconds.
By the way, Jess, I supported you on your first run to be delegate, and I absolutely love your platform.
Oh, thank you.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna. Do you want me to let somebody up so we can try and have a conversation with somebody?
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't think there's anybody in there. Alex, I'm gonna answer your text message about what I said last night. I didn't see it until just now because I haven't really been fucking with my phone today. What are you saying, Kyrion? You said crickets, but it didn't show up. Some of them are animated, some of them are not, Maximum, but I see that you sent red cards, so thank you so much for sending the red card gift. Some show up and some don't. So Maximum sent a gift for you, Kiara. What are we at right now? Are we at 400? Kiki?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna send you another 100. So we're halfway there. Apple Cash. Show keypad.
Gorilla Mets, do you support the Republicans?
Fuck no. And I didn't even mean to come up.
I'm sorry.
Tapping the likes. What's up, Amanda? Hi, Kiara.
Hi.
This is Big Joe Berserk.
You changed your name.
Yeah, no, it's a new account. I get banned every fucking 3 minutes on this stupid ass app.
I just followed you. I didn't know it was you.
Here, likewise, I got you too. But yeah, no, I was doing the like thing, and I guess I fucking requested. I don't know.
Tapped in. No worries.
Word. All right. Well, you guys have a great one. Oh, and before I go, I would like to just point out that if you are fucking calling stolen valor on random people on the internet that you disagree with, you're a fucking shitbag and probably a pogue. All disrespect meant. Go fuck yourself. Bye, guys.
Bye. I love Joe. All right, so did you get the 100, Kiki?
Let me go look.
I sent it to you in Apple Cash. So it'll be in our text message thread.
Perfect.
Joe is the best. Joe's constantly getting bananaed. All right, we got another 50. Thank you so much to The Dream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're at 550, at least. We're going to send the 50 pay to Lesbaru Kiki. There we go. This is from The Dream.
I did get the 100.
Okay, and The Dream just sent 50 for you, so I'm sending you that 50. So big
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it so much.
All right, so we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. You just cash apped me. Were you The Dream? We're over halfway there, you guys. The goal to keep Kiki in their house and be able to pay their bills is 1K. So we're over halfway there. So for you Republicans who are pro-life, now is your time to show us how pro-life you are, because we have someone who needs to be able to maintain their access to food and water and housing. So if you really truly are pro-life, then you should contribute, because we only have $450 to go to make sure that Kiki can pay their bills this month and stay in their house. If you guys missed the backstory, Kiki is an oil industry worker who works for BP, who has locked their employees out of their jobs for over 100 days now. So over 100 days without pay.
And they're not bargaining in good faith. They've gone to the table, I want to say 7 times since March 19th when we got locked out. And they keep coming back with the same proposal. It's not a negotiation.
Sean, they have a job, but they're locked out of their job. All right. Rachel, thank you so much for the Venmo. $20 to Kiki for Union Strong. We got another 20. All right. If you guys support Donald Trump, which I don't really like to make this stream about Trump, I like to talk about Republicans and Democrats. If you guys support the Republican Party, the phone line is open. You can call in. You can tell us why you support the Republican Party. I will tell you that the rules of decorum do apply. If you are over talking and just crashing the fuck out, I have no interest in having a conversation with you. If you can't emotionally regulate, then don't call. What is that? Oh, KT, thanks for joining the Chaos Caucus and becoming a fucker. That is actually an X-ray image of my IUD. So you're currently looking at my uterus. You're looking at my IUD inside my uterus when you use that emote. That is actually one of the original emotes from when I first started on TikTok. My username used to be no rads to the nads, because I work in healthcare. I work in radiology, and I had a check to see that my IUD was still in place, and so that was how we did it, with an x-ray to see that it was in my uterus instead of doing a transvaginal ultrasound. It was close enough, and so I made it an emote for you guys. The emote is my IUD inside my uterus. We also have to say thank you to DRC. DRC sent a Venmo for Kiki with a heart, so thank you so much, DRC. Brandy also sent a Venmo. Thank you so much, Brandy, for Kiki. So we have another 35 that just came in. Total on Venmo, we have... Making me unlock my screen. 15, that's 35. And another 20 is 55. So we got another 55 coming your way. So we got, what do we got left? 395? No. I can't math. What was it before? 450?
It was 360 when we started, so let me do some math.
Another 100. That was 460. Who cares? You guys, run it the fuck up. Run it the fuck up. The amount of verbal abuse that Kiki takes for y'all. You're right. Don't make me do math. The amount of verbal abuse that Kiki takes for y'all talking about the oil industry and trans rights issues. We have 550 because I sent another 100. We just want to go as high as we can. As high as we can.
Thank you, Springs, for doing the math.
If we get another 200, we're good to go, I feel like. Because I also have YouTube money. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't pay out till next month, but that's fine. I'll take it out of my bank account. You can send it to me, Amanda Informed, or you can send it to Kiki. What is your Vimo? Is it Lesbrew Kiki?
Lesbrew Kiki. There might be an underscore on that one, but I'm not entirely sure. But Lesbrew Kiki should come up.
Thank you so much, Maximum. One more gift for Kiki before you go. I'm looking to see that it's in the chat, but I don't see it in the chat. But it doesn't matter, Maximum. Even if it doesn't show up in the chat, I appreciate you. And that's very kind of you to continue to send gifts. Wrong turn.
I've got to go. I've got to pick it on Monday. So hopefully I'll learn a little bit more on what's going on. But the plant manager already busted a union in Texas, so he was brought in specifically for that purpose. Thank you, Jess.
You're welcome.
So this guy is already a union buster. And that's essentially what they're trying to do here. They've tried to change when they can, what their bargaining length, the term of their bargaining agreement is. They've tried, they've done everything possible to keep these people.
The National Oil Bargaining came to an agreement of a 4-year contract, and BP wants to do a 6-year contract, so they want to go off schedule of the National Oil Bargaining, which puts us in a weakened position when it comes to the next contract, because we would be standing alone completely away from the national. And that is a long-term union busting tactic.
User, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I appreciate you being here. You can hear me, I assume?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. No, for me, I grew up in what I feel is again, I'm looking at the headline of why do you still support Republicans? I grew up.
Boots and pants. Mm-hmm.
I grew up in the opposite of that. Like, I was converted, or whatever you want to say, as far as Democrat. I grew up in California. I'm not sure quite where you are. I kind of Florida. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I wish I was in Florida, but and by the way, with no disrespect or undisrespect, you are extremely beautiful too.
Okay.
That has nothing.
Thanks, Big Joe. Big Joe just sent $25.
No. Okay. I know.
I'm just saying thanks to Joe.
All right.
That's
no,
not
thank you,
necessarily
Joe.
a conversation.
No, for sure though. But I mean, it's a compliment, and it's what I'm saying. And that's how I live my life, right? Like, that's how we need to live our life. And I am so I grew up, and that's kind of the platform of where I'm trying to get. Like, I was raised to be a Democrat, and I believed in those rights, but I was you know, a 90s, 80s Democrat kind of a thing, you know. I'm scared, to be honest. Like, I voted for, I know you asked in a previous live discussion about who you voted for, and there was a little bit of I didn't vote or I did vote or whatever. Like, yeah, I voted for Trump because I have fear for what the Democrat Party that currently exists establishes or runs for. Like, I'm all for people, but the biggest thing is like I'm scared. I'm scared, and I can talk to you about why I'm scared. Like,
Yeah,
we can
why did Democrat policies make you scared?
Oh yeah,
Thank
for
you,
sure.
Diane, for the Venmo. We got another Venmo from Diane for $25. Thank you so much.
So we can talk about. I know you're in Tampa, Florida. I was hoping you were in LA so I could hit a little bit closer to home. But again, because of my context or my, relation to California, it's like Nithya Raman is a good example, right? She blamed Toyota on the theft of
Can I be a bitch?
yeah, no, please.
You can for
Oh,
a
I can be a
second.
bitch.
No,
But
because
let me just say
I'm
this real
messing
quick.
up
We
here.
just sent
Yeah.
$125 more dollars to Kiki. So we're getting there, you guys, and I appreciate you. Go ahead, Olive. Be a bitch.
So I hear you. You're talking like I grew up in California. This is how I was raised. I lived in a very heavy Republican household. All four of my parents, my parents are divorced, all four of them voted for Trump 3 times in a row. The thing I'm trying to understand is why are you still supporting the Republicans? What policies have they put into place
Oh no,
since the
for
early
sure.
2000s that are beneficial for the average American
I
citizen?
mean,
Because
and yeah.
what I understand, right, is majority of Republican policies does not benefit the average American citizen. The average Republican policy continues to downgrade the working class and even make the working class the lower class and the lower class the lower class. I mean, I lived all over the place. I lived in Washington State. I lived in Virginia. I lived in Tennessee. I lived in Michigan. Living all over the place and going from a red state with a red governor, a red mayor, a red city council member going to a blue state is absolutely insane to me. I mean, I think it's crazy how the red state minimizes education, but a blue state wants to uphold those fundamental things to continue generations to grow. So I'm still trying to understand
No, for sure.
what you're still supporting.
No, and I appreciate again too. I really enjoy having these conversations because like sometimes I'm of the conversations should be organic and natural and real, and sometimes they're difficult. So like I'm not like I understand both sides related to being able
I
to
feel like
have
you're saying a
conversations.
lot and not saying anything at all.
No,
if I'm
no.
being really
Okay, so
honest.
I'm talking like Kamala Harris is what you're saying. Yeah, no.
No, she at least had coherent sentences.
No,
You
no,
just keep yapping.
I'm going. No. I will respond to the question regarding. Yeah, no. So I have grown up in privilege, right? In my opinion, privilege related to whatever that means. I think that means financial success or whatever. But yeah, no, I've grown up in that land of. So I understand though, like I want to be able to help.
What is it about the Republicans that you support?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's
Is it like financial?
No,
Is it
it's
social? Is it
no,
what is it? What made you vote? You voted for Trump?
Yeah, for
What
sure.
made you vote for Trump?
And I would vote for him again. I've thought about it
Even
too.
what?
Though, like, no,
Right now you'd vote for him again?
Well, no, I've thought about it. Like, would I vote for him again? Like, theoretically, like a hypothetical.
Like if he violated the Constitution and ran a third time,
I can tell you
would
right
vote for
now
him?
that I can tell you though, like I did not like the vote that I did for Trump, but I felt like it was the best option for this country. Right.
You haven't articulated why. Like I kind of, I'm not trying to be mean, but like I said it a
No.
second ago, you said a whole lot of words and then you
Yeah.
tried to make some really stupid conflation to Harris when our current president can't articulate a single fucking
that was a
word without going on.
joke. You're gonna call me out on Harris like when I made.
Well, I mean,
like,
she's just an incredibly articulate woman. Like,
okay, yeah. But I mean, isn't that the whole? But isn't that the whole point of a story? Like, aren't we trying to build?
no, we're not here for story time. We're here to like
yeah.
have a conversation and dialogue about why you
okay.
support the party.
All right,
I don't care what you did in summer of '69.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's about fear. It's about fear, and it's about
What are you afraid
Of
of?
what? Of what? Fear of what?
That is what your party has done, is made you fearful in order to control you.
No, I disagree. I think that it's about fear and control.
What are Democrats afraid of?
Let's go back to, and again, I hate talking about it, but it's I think part of the baseline related to the fear and control, right?
Fear and control of what?
So I'll talk about it. Let me talk about it then.
Just get to the point.
Crate training, right? Like you can't crate train like a dog.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
No, I'm talking about like you scare the women and you scare the children.
Women are not scared. I'm more afraid of men that voted for Trump than like people that voted for Harris. Full stop. You scare me more than those that voted for Harris as men. Go.
No, I love women. Let me tell you, I can tell you.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you love to objectify them and
Listening for women is not the same as liking or respecting them.
No. I'm just saying that I don't know how many people are on this. Anyway, but my point
So I'm
is
gonna ask you a direct question.
Yeah.
A direct question.
Yeah, please.
Please give me one policy that you support that is a Republican policy. Just one.
Yeah, we can go down a rabbit hole. I mean, I think
I'm gonna kick you because you're just
security,
saying words
safety.
that you refuse to engage in
Safety,
the conversation in
safety,
earnest.
right? Like
Of
borders, right? Borders and being able to control safety.
Olive, I love you.
Right?
Ready? Because if I'm coming up in here and I'm listening, well, back in the 80s and that, I don't give a fuck.
Planes, trains, and buses are usually on
question. I feel like it's a very pointed question.
Very
Planes,
concise,
trains-
very specific. Oh, sorry.
Planes, trains, and buses are usually on time. His point was not.
Right.
I think he was flying a Boeing with his point.
Yo, somebody in the comments said we're on a plane circling in the middle of the Pacific on one engine.
And a low fuel light.
I always
my
love
God.
it when the Republicans are like, I grew up in a Democratic state, but my family's XY. It's just like all four of my parents are Republicans. I grew up in a Republican household. The joke is I'm the first generational liberal is what I'm called.
And my stepdad literally was sharing my opponent's web pages while I was on running for office.
Stop
so,
it.
Oh my God.
No, he did all through both my elections.
Wow.
I'll fight him.
I will too.
Literally, the man that raised me or was a part of my life since I was 15. Literally.
I'm the first person who's not a Republican, and my dad's an immigrant. Although my mom did not vote for Trump or Rick Scott.
I can't say that about my mom, but then again, my mom is on waiting.
She hates Trump. She voted for him previously, but we've had many, many discussions about numerous different topics, including abortion. And my mom is now like she supports it. She's like, I understand why. Like after having conversations with you, I understand why you feel the way that you feel, and it makes sense. And she didn't vote for Trump, and she didn't vote for Rick Scott.
I wish I could say the same thing. My parents hated
DeSantis? I don't know. I never asked her.
My mom hated Spanberger.
Oh, sad face. I mean, She's got her issues, but
I mean, it's better than what it could be. I mean,
oh
Spanburners better
God,
than Blackburn.
Winsome
So,
Sears, Winsome Sears, Jesus Christ.
oy. Well, yeah,
I
no.
don't have poo claw nails. What the fuck are you talking about? My nails are short.
Who called
I'm
them
sorry
poo
that
claw?
Somebody on YouTube. Like, I'm sorry that you don't know how to wipe your own ass without sticking your fingers in your butthole. Like, what the fuck? So weird. Sir, if you want to be rectally penetrated digitally, like, that's a choice, and that's okay.
Hey, you know what? They're happy buttons in the butt. It's
But
fine.
but credit for them for at least attempting to wipe.
Yeah. We have a new friend who's joined us. Paul, what would you like to add to the conversation? I think Paul.
Oh, hi, that's me. I joined accidentally. You can drop me.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
Have a great day, Paul.
You too.
Thank you.
It looks like a Republican.
Who just
I think
said
all
happy
bald
button?
white
No,
men are Republicans.
Trying to load up Gigi here. Gigi's probably somebody's girlfriend. Gigi did. Hi, how are you, Gigi?
Sorry, Amanda, that was a tapping error.
No worries, Gigi. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks, love.
So is anyone else like melting every time they walk outside?
Yes,
I
it's
haven't been
miserable.
outside
Jesus
today.
Christ. You can't even breathe out there.
I looked at the thermometer and it's like it's 90 something, but it feels like 125, and I'm like, oh.
When is Trump's speech in 100? When is Trump's speech in the 107-degree heat? When does that happen?
I can't wait for that.
Me neither.
Do you guys think we're gonna see a Rudy Giuliani? Are we gonna see a Rudy Giuliani where his spray tan just starts melting
Face
down
starts
his
melting.
face?
He'll probably have like fans and shit all over him. But I'm just saying, we've had 3 presidents pass on July 4th, okay? And history.
Heat stroke is
has
a
told
very
us
real
great.
concern for the elderly.
It sure is. And you know that fucker doesn't drink water.
You guys, there's been so many conversations about butts within the last 24 hours. I don't know what's going on.
Bananas! The butt bananas!
It's happening in here now. It's happening here now.
I don't want to know about the
You
butt
guys-
bananas. I'm scared.
I need to know. I need to know. Like,
I don't know where the butt banana thing came from with Santana, but apparently there's a butt banana thing. There's a whole theme song for it now.
Don't put
I need to
bananas
know
in my
more.
butt.
And then you were talking about people putting things up there in the ER. I was like, what is happening?
I could like the stories I could tell you about things that people have accidentally inserted into their rectum or fell on is quite.
I
we
just
can have a
wanna
whole live
know.
stream about that.
Who falls? And like, do you like, is it, never mind. It's,
Naked falling.
Is it open? Are they open? Like what? Huh?
So, like, having a really real conversation about this. People, I don't care how much butt stuff you do. That's your business. But there ain't no way you fell on a mason jar and it went in your ass. Like, that was intentional.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Like, that was intentional.
That was a
and
choice.
it's okay. You made the choice and it didn't pan out the way you thought it was. It's gonna go for you. Like, just don't lie. Chinny, thank you so much for the flow state.
That seems like a risky glass situation. I'm just gonna say that.
This is why
Yeah,
people
was it
need to
right?
be more SMEX positive, and we need to talk about proper things if you are experimenting, regardless of who you are.
My Threads handle is the same as this. Everything, all of my social media is Amanda Informed. Yeah,
All right, well, I'm gonna go get ready to swelter in the heat because I have to stand as a delegate in the middle of CW for the next 4 hours or some change, whatever. So, anyhow,
Oh God. Well, thank you for your hard work and make sure that you stay hydrated so you don't.
I will because I do drink water.
Good.
W.
Good.
All right,
guys, thank you so
talk
much
to you
for being
later.
here. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
I actually have seen people try to use their booty to launch fireworks.
Yeah.
It's not good. Can you guys
It's
imagine
the time of
it's
the
like
year.
have 3rd-degree fucking burns on the back of your skirt? Like your taint is just 3rd-degree burns.
No,
Like, guys,
I
don't
just
do
I
that
don't
shit.
I don't really think about putting stuff up my butt.
Well, it's always somebody named Bubba with a big ass truck in the middle of nowhere.
Hold my beer, because I'm going to try this. It's going to
Uh-huh.
go real good.
Get the camera.
Oh, God, it's slime. What do you
Hey,
want
I
to add
just
to the
came up
conversation today?
to help you get a galaxy because you know that's coming. How are you?
I'm sure. I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. Do you know why I tolerate you? Because like you seem like you're in shape. You know, you're not like overweight. Have a very low tolerance for overweight women.
Just say it's small, dude. That's fine. Just say it's small. Just say you can't
Teeny weeny,
appease.
teeny weeny,
You
scribble
can,
little
yeah.
Have a low tolerance for just overweight people
Just
generally.
say you have a small. Just say it's small and just admit it, and it's fine because we don't want to fuck with you either. It's cool, dude.
Yeah. Very
Joe wanted to
original.
say
A woman
something. Joe wanted to say
woman
something. Joe, what do you
saying
want to say, Joe? Shut up, slime. What do you want to say, Joe?
You guys were talking about the fireworks and going out the butthole thing, and it made me think of this story that I fucking legitimately got to witness first fucking hand in Kodiak, Alaska, out on the island. This fool was he was pretending that he was shooting, his dong was shooting mortar, so he had the thing out the front, and he had pinched it a little bit too much with his legs, and it went kapow and blew his fucking junk into pieces. And we had to airlift him off of Kodiak Island and take him to the fucking mainland. And that's you guys talking about the fireworks reminded me about that. Hey, don't yell at me. I got asthma. And anyways, that's all I got to say there. And fucking, yeah, so I'm going to jump back down. But Kings, I think the only reason that you quote unquote tolerate Amanda is because the only time you ever see pussy is when you look in the mirror, and this is the only way you can get a fucking woman to talk to you. Bye.
Oh wow.
Bye,
You guys are all
slime.
Oh, I like
We have a
for the
caller on
galaxy.
the line. We got a caller on the line, but real quick before I say hi to you, caller, hang tight. Everybody say thank you to CP for the galaxy. We are now up to $18.82 of gifts on this stream on the TikTok side, so we're going to be also sending those to Kiara when the stream ends. So whatever gifts you guys send, including the galaxies, will be going to Kiara to help them. All right, caller, please tell me your name and your age.
Joe, 43.
All right, Joe, what do you want to add to the conversation?
Well, I know my 401k hasn't been as high as it's been since Trump's been in office, and that's love it. My 401k hasn't been higher in years since he's taken office. Love it.
Okay.
Love it. Love that he's getting rid of these immigrants. Love it. Proud to be an American today, I tell you that. Love it. Country's going up. Gas is
You
getting
need to learn
ready
how
to
to rage
level
bait,
out,
dude.
drop, go down.
His kid
Gas
was
is not
dad
going to
calling.
level out.
It's great. Anyone
Gas has been artificially deflated.
Anyone that still has a problem with Trump, you need to go get your head out of the sand.
I'm not the
okay,
one
so
who
tell me, why
scared
should I
people.
support Trump? Why should I support him? Convince me.
Why should
Make
you
me a
support
Republican
him?
right now. Yeah, make me a Republican.
Well, I mean, if you're
Because
not,
my
if you're not
401k was
making
great
money,
under Obama too.
not so much.
It was. It's doing pretty good.
And then you had Otto Penn Biden, of course. I don't know if he was really
My God,
there.
please don't do that. You're just that's not going to make me be a Republican for you to just use propaganda. Like, I need some facts.
Oh,
I need
I
some real hard
I don't
facts.
care. I don't care if you choose to be a Republican or not. You'll always be on the losing side as a Democrat, because you
Well, that's not
Democrats
what's
have your
happening in
head so
elections
far
right
up.
now. That's
You
not
have
what's
your head
happening
so
in the
far up your
elections that have
ass
been
that
happening.
you trot out Kamala, whatever the fuck her name was, and you trot her out. Yeah, she's the savior of our party. She can't even speak fucking proper English. And then
Bro,
she
you just
drops
stumbled over her name like 6 times. Who the fuck are you to decide who can speak English or not? Like, please calm down. Have a seat.
I tell you what.
Tell me
the
what?
1930s. If Germany had won the World War II, it'd be even
Oh,
better.
you're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Okay.
He's so triggered. Oh my gosh.
From a man named Joe who can't pronounce the name Kamala, I think that's enough to be said.
You guys are on the losing team. You need to get on the winning team.
Hi, William. How are you?
I'm good.
What would you like to add to the conversation?
I just want to say that, like, our government, has been taking advantage of us since day one. They said lower costs, and that guy is crazy. Like, he said not support, then he can't pronounce Kamala. I'm like, Kamala is a woman, and it's not gender that's a problem. It's the ideology. Republicans have this idea that they believe that everything is on one side. But what about their party, right? That's my question. Why are you taking billionaires' money? If you take their money, aren't you working for them? If I take my boss's money, I'm working for him. I have to work for him to take his money, right? You don't get paid for nothing.
It's true. That's true.
I just want them to be clear.
What specialty are you going to go into, William?
I don't know yet. I'm still an undergrad, so I have no idea.
Be a neurosurgeon. They make the best money.
Hell no. I'm good. I probably want to be a trauma surgeon or some general surgeon.
For real? Trauma surgery is fucking awesome.
make good money too.
Yeah. Orthopedics probably, but I don't know yet.
That's awesome.
I'm trying to do the military program. I'm trying to do that military HBSP, so hope they pay for the Army pays for my school.
Yeah, but the Army sucks. I was there. Been there, done that.
It's not that bad because you're not serving. You're not doing the regular stuff. You're doing
still
like
deploy and do all the things.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. I talked. I know I don't.
Sir, physicians deploy. Who do you think?
Oh, not my
people
program.
in the fob?
Oh, not my program. Mine's just like I have to serve in a U.S. based hospital. That's requirement, but.
But oh boy, friend, in order for them to pay for your med school, you have to contractually obligate yourself to service after school, and that service after school will in fact put you in places that are not inside the United States.
Could be.
You may get deployed.
Could be. I don't know.
You can still get
I'm
deployed.
a veteran. Like I'm very well aware of how it
Oh,
works.
dang. All right. Well, thanks for your service.
Oh, thank you. All right, well, I appreciate you contributing to the conversation, Lynn. I'm gonna disconnect you, okay?
All right,
Have a
take
good
care
rest
now.
of your day, Mr. Lynn.
You too.
Dr. Lynn.
Thank you.
Oh man, don't go to the Army. Don't do it.
I'm like, that's a classic recruiting
The best way to become
statement.
a physician, the way to become a physician, and I'm going to tell you, because you're not only going to be helping yourself, you're going to be helping communities, right? There's programs after you go through medical school. If you give them, it's usually about 4 years in a rural hospital, they'll pay back your student loans for you. So not only are you getting your student loans paid, but you're contributing to rural communities who otherwise don't have access to care. So that's literally the best thing that you could do. And they need all specialties. They need obstetrics and gynecology. They need orthopedics. They need trauma surgeons. They need all of that stuff. So that is a great way for you to get your student loans repaid if you're going to be a physician or even just a physician's assistant. They do the same thing, and nurse practitioners as well. There are programs in rural communities and rural hospitals that will repay your student loans for you, and then you're not indebted to the U.S. military. So that's just my 2 cents. Angry guy was trying to call back.
Of course he was.
Because he has nothing better to do today, apparently.
Yep. Hello, MAGA Rant. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Well, I just got here, so I didn't hear much of the conversation.
So why did you request?
The background, to answer the background.
All right, so then answer the background. Why do you still support Republicans?
Because Donald J. Trump is running as a Republican.
Why do you support Trump?
Southern border immigration policies, like, for example, reinstating DNA testing for minors, which Joe Biden got rid of. How do you feel about that?
I don't care.
Do you think we should be doing, you don't care about trafficked minors? I'm not surprised. You don't think we should be doing DNA testing for minors that are being...
Can you show me that Joe Biden canceled that program?
Yeah, July 21st, 2020.
Can you show me where can I find this information at?
Do you have Google? Do you have a secondary device you can use? Google is your friend. So there's local news stations, like for example, San Diego, ABC News, saying activists pleading with Joe Biden to reinstate DNA testing. We have the Immigration Center organization. Can you find it or?
He didn't cancel it. He just didn't renew the contract.
So we made the choice, the conscious decision to not renew the contract for DNA testing for trafficked minors.
That's more nuanced because you do understand that when you have different people in, you've got different agencies and their policies will evolve.
Yeah. So why do you think his policy evolved into not doing DNA testing for the minors? Do you support that?
What were the benefits to it? And where's the data to support that?
Sure, rapid familial DNA testing, which means we would be making sure the children are actually with their family members, and also statistically, 80% of women and children are Rex trafficked when coming across the southern border.
Where's the data to support that that was actually beneficial, that it was actually doing its intended job?
Well, the fact that 80% of women and children are being sex trafficked, and the fact that this was to make sure that they were not being Rex trafficked. I can look up statistics for you real quick. Give me 1 sec.
He's claiming that Biden was not for the DNA testing. Meanwhile, during his administration, I remember him and DHS, they created a massive DNA surveillance system. So what is he talking about?
I think we all agreed that he did make the conscious decision to end DNA testing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, this is weak.
Amanda, I sent you a text. I'll be right back.
Making sure children aren't being...
Okay.
Oh yeah, to each their own, I guess.
No, you're insinuating that Biden wasn't for that when he actually was. Just because he canceled it doesn't mean he wasn't in favor of it. Like I said, policies evolve, and he chose not to renew it.
His policy evolved into not supporting it anymore. That's kind of weird.
Let's see.
I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I was right. I'm reading.
Yeah, look up what percentage of women and children are rational.
1 in 10.
That's 80%.
Thank you so much for the, what is that? Starry Fluff?
Okay, so I found statistics for these DNA tests. So when it started, let's see, there was 3,516 rapid DNA tests
You have
conducted.
like really bad background noise. It's hard to hear you.
Give me 1 sec, I can fix it. All right, is that better?
Yeah.
My apologies if you guys hear a rooster crowing. It's my neighbor. They have a freaking rooster in the city.
You're good.
Okay, so there was 2.7 million family units tested. 14.3% of those indicated no biological relationship, indicating that, you know, those people were then trafficking children. In July through November, 1,747 family units were tested. 24.7% were not family members.
Okay.
You don't think it's important to crack down on that, on children being brought across with people that are trafficking them, pretending to be their parents, which you know what that could lead to and what that entails?
Do you know if
I'm reading about this. I'm reading about the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act that took place under Joe Biden.
yeah, I think it's also worth checking to see also if other DNA testing or verification methods are still being used by different agencies like HHS. My bad, I can't talk this morning. But ultimately, your debate comes down to his debate basically like comes down to a specific contract cancellation versus an ideological opposition to that mechanism. Just like I said, just because it was canceled does not mean that he's not in favor of it.
Right, but it's not an isolated event. Joe Biden also got rid of migrant protection protocols. He got rid of, or he started the catch and release. He made the CBP One app into asylum seeking. It's not an isolated event.
What's wrong with the CBP One app? People are
it
reporting that
made
they're
it-
here. What is wrong with it?
It made it easy to abuse the asylum process. It incentivized
Congress,
legal.
Tropos.
Yeah, it incentivized illegal immigration.
How, if you're reporting that you're here, how is that incentivizing illegal immigration?
Because you can still cross illegally and then claim asylum after the fact. You have a full year to claim asylum.
Right, that's our law.
That's not illegal.
Right. So then, how did they claim asylum before the CBP One app?
Do you know
They
how
crossed
asylum
into
works?
the country and claimed and submitted a claim for asylum, which
Where did they
is part of
submit
the
the
law.
paperwork?
But that's the law.
Right. Where did they submit the paperwork?
They can submit it with Customs and Border Patrol. They can.
It would be at a port of entry or at a consulate at an actual physical location. What Joe Biden did was you download an app and you submit your paperwork through an app.
But that's the law. The law doesn't say
CBP
that
One app
you
is
have.
not the law.
But
That's why it's removed now.
The CBP One app helps facilitate the law in an age where technology supersedes physical paperwork. So what is
Sure,
the
it
point?
definitely
what is your
facilitates.
intention with that?
It
Like,
definitely
that's the law.
facilitates claiming asylum. CBP One app is not law, which is why it was removed. It was an executive order.
But in order to submit your paperwork for asylum, they gave an alternate means of doing so.
Yeah,
What's wrong with having
I think
multiple
you're not
means
understanding
of
what I'm
submitting
saying.
for
I completely support. I support asylum. I support the legal process of asylum. What I support is going to an actual physical location to submit your paperwork, like at a port of entry, instead of downloading an app where you can be crossing illegally to then say, "Where's asylum?"
What's the difference?
That's the law. The
Let it
law
teach
for
you word for
asylum
word.
does not say
I
for
support the
asylum
law.
does not say that you need to cross at a port of entry. It just says you need to be here. So that's the law. So if we're further,
Right.
we're making
But
it
now
easier to
people are
facilitate people. If we're making it easier for people to follow the law, what is the problem?
No, I get it. You're saying it makes it so much easier to seek asylum, which is a legal process. Yes, but look at what it caused. We have 80% denial rate. 80% denial rates, a bunch of false asylum claims, a bunch of people coming here
So then
claiming
the system's
asylum.
working.
The magic words. No,
Why
the
are
system
we
is not
upset with
working.
the system working?
Because those
If they're being
20% of
denied
real asylum
and
claims.
they're able to.
Dude, how ignorant are you? The real asylum claims are being
No. The
pushed
reason
back.
the reason the denials are so high is because it's very hard to get asylum in the first place.
The real asylum claims are being drowned out by a bunch of people trying to seek asylum because they see Joe Biden is making.
Possible? How is that possible? So then, how do we measure? Then how do we measure the metrics? If those claims are being drowned out, how do we know that they're being drowned out? How do we know that those
Because
claims
we
are
have an
being
80% denial
ignored?
rate. Because we have an 80%
asylum is hard
denial
to
rate. We
because
have
it's
a
hard
backed
to
up
prove that
system.
it's hard to prove that you need asylum. It's one of the hardest ways to get status in this country.
I would argue that if you're truly seeking asylum, it wouldn't be hard at all to prove that you're truly seeking asylum. If
No.
you're truly running from something and you truly have a reason to be seeking asylum, it shouldn't be hard at all to seek asylum.
It's
If
still a
anything,
process that they have to go
if anything,
through.
it's the easiest fucking process because you can get into the U.S. any way, shape, or form. You have a full year to say the magic words asylum, and you go into this process. Joe
But in order
Biden
for you
made
to
that
be
even
granted asylum, you have to prove that the conditions that you're leaving, that you're fleeing from, existed. That's kind of hard to do when you leave your home country with like
it
the clothes
existed.
on
Why
your
would it be
back.
hard to do? No, it's not
Because
hard to do if
it's on a case by case basis. It doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you guys are advocating for something that hurts real asylum seekers by making it where anyone can claim to be an asylum seeker.
How does
Because
does that hurt them?
Because
So
any illegal
what you
immigrant can
support
be
is
claimed
immigration
to be an
reform
asylum
then?
seeker.
So what are the,
Yeah, I
what are
support
the
Donald Trump's
Republicans
immigration
doing?
reform.
What are the Republicans doing to enhance immigration reform? To address those
Well, I
20%
supported Donald
of
Trump
people
as
who
well.
are. Why are you in the middle of my fucking sentence again?
Well, you asked
Please
me a
stop
question.
over talking.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I'm
ramble
not
on.
done asking you the question. When I'm done talking, you'll know. So, what is the Trump administration doing to facilitate reforming the system that would allow those 20% of people, the 1 in 5 people who have approved claims, to have easier access to the asylum system?
Well, so far, he put a pause to the asylum claims so we can process all the claims that we already have. Second of all, he added 600 immigration judges. Third of all, he has self-deportation so people can go home, get plane tickets paid for, get financial help to go back home and come back illegally. Oh, you weren't prepared for an answer?
What? I'm listening to
No,
you.
because that's not
For
reform.
an actual answer, the fact that he added 600 immigration judges.
That's not reform. That's just helping them get out of here.
Yeah, so that was actually going to make my argument. I don't truly think we need to change the law. I'm fine with Title VIII. We need to be enforcing the law. We don't need sanctuary cities. We don't need people that are protecting illegal immigrants. We need to enforce the laws we already have. If we add more laws that aren't
The
being
Democrats
enforced,
were doing that, and you guys had a fucking problem with that. So how do we make you happy?
the Democrats were doing that by removing migrant protection protocols, by removing DNA testing for minors, by having the highest
Obama
numbers.
was the deporter in chief. Why are you so
he had the
fucking
highest
worked up,
numbers
my
in
guy?
history
Have a
coming to the border.
I can't deal this shit.
That's
man.
not a good
I
thing.
cannot deal with people who can't fucking emotionally regulate. If
Dude,
you have
chill.
a problem with that, why did you have a problem with Obama, who was called the deporter in chief? Why was that an issue?
Joe Biden actually deported more people, and that's an issue because he had more people coming to the border. If you have more people trying to come illegally, that's not a good thing. Like, how is that a good thing?
Right, it's not a good thing because the United States continues to destabilize countries, forcing economic conditions for people to try to come here where there is more resources.
How did Donald Trump do that?
He's making it harder for people to come in.
No. How did Donald Trump destabilize a South American country or a Central
The
American
United
country?
States has. So the United
If
States
anything,
as a
Donald
whole
Trump
has
stabilized
globally-
Argentina by doing a
Okay,
currency swap.
I'm done with you fucking interrupting me.
Oh my god, I'm gonna run because I can't debate you.
I'm done with you interrupting me.
Dude is a
You
child.
cannot have a fucking conversation. Like, if you're saying that this is your point, you have to allow me to respond. If I'm responding that stuff, like, how the fuck are you gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about if you just keep talking in the middle of my sentence? There are plenty of people who can have a conversation that you can't fucking, you're clearly unequipped to have.
Now he's in the comments. You guys, like,
He's not anymore.
that's
He
how a
got blocked.
conversation works. That's how a conversation works. You have to allow people to finish their sentence. We will let you finish. Just shut up and listen.
Right, and I
They
like
get
to
so
ask
worked
questions
up.
because I want to know your thought process. Like, why do you
Right.
think this is a good thing? How did we get here? This isn't about like fucking arguing with you. I'm not interested in arguing with an adult.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in arguing with a child. I want to know why you think the things that you do. That's why the question is, why do you still support the Republicans? If I wanted to have an argument with you, I would put something like, Democrats are better than Republicans, prove me wrong. That's an argumentative statement. This is a conversation.
He needed to step further away from his Faraday cage because the echo and background noise was
Oh my god, it was fucking with me so bad.
Yeah, it's terrible. That MAGA mobile is horrible.
Captain, stop calling here. We've already disconnected on you multiple times because you don't know how to emotionally regulate. It's not a debate, sir. It's a conversation.
And you guys got to stop using reform when you're talking about Donald Trump. He's not reforming shit.
Immigration reform is when you are addressing both border security and a legal pathway for people. He's doing neither of those things. He's just getting people out. And y'all are happy about that. So just tell us why you really don't like immigration. I'd rather you do that.
They can't, though. And that's why I always ask them, like, what would you rather? Would you rather spend billions of dollars on kicking people out of the country, or would you rather spend billions of dollars on fixing the things that we know are the problem in the first place?
And deportation is costing us more than anything right now. So if you really want to be fiscally responsible and also prevent those children that you claim are being trafficked and all that, help us find a legal pathway. You can stop all the quote unquote illegal stuff that you think is going on.
And the crazy part is that they belong to the demographic of the people who are funding these fucking crimes.
Thank you.
They belong to the demographic of people who are harming children. Always. It's not indigenous people who talk about this stuff. It's not black people who talk about this stuff. It's majority of not Hispanic people who talk about this stuff. It's always the fucking white dudes. It's always, and y'all are the ones like, please clean up your own fucking house. Like, deal with your people, because you guys are the ones who consistently, by and large, are the perpetrators of violence against children in many different forms. Sexually, physical violence, like death, shooting children. Like, you guys are the ones who do that stuff. So why are you not concerned about that? Like, I am super concerned about child trafficking. If the DNA testing did, in fact, lessen the amount of child trafficking, which that's what I was looking for as to whether or not it was actually advantageous or it was just a waste of taxpayer money while he was running his fucking mouth, then I would support it, but I don't see it. I don't see the data that supports that using that DNA testing was helping. What I did see that was helping was expanding education about child sex trafficking and what that means and what it looks like. That was helping. Expanding programs for people to call and having access to the resource, like here in Florida, there's a phone number that you can call. Expanding access to things like that when you suspect someone is a victim of trafficking, whether they're an adult or a child, those things help. Expanding access to resources is what helps. I don't see anything that would indicate that DNA testing was in fact a positive for the situation.
I think he just used that to get like a one-up on trying to get us, I don't know, about Biden. But Biden.
They simply let it expire and instituted other programs in its place.
Exactly.
And if white people are so worried about becoming a minority, is it because minorities or marginalized communities are treated bad?
Right. No, they don't give us deflation. Why is this guy in the requests again? Block him. If you're a mod, you have permission. Because you got kicked, friend. So that means you don't get to come back up.
Done.
Thank you. Oh God, Septic Salad is here.
Oh, Josh, I talked to him last night.
I saw. That was mind-numbing.
Did septic salad come from the bottom of the reflecting pool?
Yeah, pour one out for the reflecting pool.
That still looks like a fucking swamp.
And I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but somebody told me, and if it is true, it would be so funny. The company that was responsible is called the Green Water Company.
Are they really?
I have to look it up. No,
they're
I don't know
living
if
up
that's
to
true.
their name. That's true.
It's true?
It's true.
Yes.
Thank you, Time for Street Justice, for the gift. Appreciate you. Right, because Democrat policies work. When we tax the rich and expand social programs, it's advantageous to the economy and the American people. The working class people are the backbone of this country. When you're when you're instituting policy that uplifts the working class, you're going to have a better economy. It's just proven. It's just proven. When you give tax breaks to corporations and billionaires, they do not inject the money back here. They hoard it.
Mm-hmm. That is absolutely true. Oh, I just want to finish. I don't know why.
The CEO of that company was also criminally charged for bribery and something else I can't remember, but he's a convicted felon too.
And Sue said in the comments,
some of the comments are wild. I'm sorry, DRC. What were you saying, love?
Oh no, Sue was saying in the comments that that's Trump's buddy. Of course, he runs with criminals because birds of a feather.
Mm-hmm.
Birds of a feather.
What am I lying about, ducks? That does sound like a DEI hire. Joel said, fact, the company hired to do the pool is called Greenwater, and they never have done a pool before. Sounds like DEI hire to me.
Oh, yeah.
Paul, in all caps, which is going to get you muted, said, I won't be lectured about racism by someone who hates white people. Can't be racist towards white people.
I am white.
Oh, I got 4 more years till I get my own box on the census that I don't have to check white. Associated with that foolishness. Sorry, Kiki.
No, even though I am white, I don't check white or Caucasian. I just check other.
Kiki is not a practicing white. She's not a practicing white.
I'm a white in phenotype, not in practice.
Yes.
The thing that gets me, right, is that, like, they're super angry in the YouTube chat. The thing that gets me, right, is that ultimately we all have a common goal. The common goal is the improvement and the betterment of this country and society. But the problem comes in when people stop caring about the other people. When they say, I voted for my taxes to be lower. I voted for me to get this. That's great, but you're not doing the least harm with your vote, because what benefits you may be harmful to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of other people. Like, take that into consideration, because the only way that you're going to get a betterment of this country and society is when you vote for the collective. Because society is not a one-man operation.
That is very true. That is very true. And you said they're mad on YouTube. I'm going to make them madder. So everybody who claims, because I know that somebody's going to say this, I haven't heard it today, but I came in late, talking about how immigrants are bad for the culture. The Federalist Papers, the 85 essays that were written by John Jay, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton. John Jay wrote 5 of those. James Madison wrote 29 of those, and Alexander Hamilton wrote 51. Majority of the doctrine that basically defends the United States Constitution was written by a Caribbean-born immigrant. Without the contribution of this immigrant, we wouldn't have a constitution, which, 3/5, hello, I'm not really a fan of it, but without it, we would not be all the things that we are today. And that was all thanks to an immigrant.
That MAGA rant guy that was up here, that does not know how to control himself, surprisingly, is well composed on Santana's live right now. It's funny how that happens. Of course, that they can have a conversation with women, right? Shenanigans and tomfoolery. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, how's it going? Why do you still support?
Oh, dear Lord.
I'm just reading the prompt. Why do you still support the Republicans? Oh, maybe because of the Iran deal. Yeah, because of that.
What about the Iran deal? Is it that you support?
Well, Iran, right?
Iran.
I think getting rid of the JCPOA and implementing the maximum pressure strategy from President Trump, along with the recent events.
What has he achieved through that? Besides spending a shit ton of
What?
money, what has he achieved?
Well, according to the statements made by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, we got rid of their conventional shield. We increasingly, well, not increasingly, we decreased their ability to project power across the region, and we made them agree to a memorandum that
Perfect. Stop
basically
reading
said,
and tell me. Stop reading and tell
I'm
me
not
how it's
reading, I'm
actually
on my
improved
bed.
because it
No, but I'm
actually
on my
hasn't
bed
improved.
though. I'm not reading though.
Okay, it hasn't improved. Tell me by what metric it's improved.
How do you measure that? Wait, but how do you measure that?
You tell me. That's your argument.
You made the
that you
claim
said
that
the
it hasn't improved.
That the JCPOA. You made the claim that the JCPOA was bad, and
Excuse
you're
me,
glad that
but
they
you
got
made a
rid of
claim
it.
as well.
Stop interrupting me. I haven't made any claims. I've asked you questions.
You said it hasn't improved anything. That's a claim.
I said,
It's a negative claim.
tell me how
but
it
it's a
has
claim.
improved.
Okay, so the JCPOA, what was the biggest criticism of the JCPOA?
What was it?
So you don't know?
No,
I'm asking you.
you to explain yourself. I'm not going to help you. Explain yourself.
Okay, so that's a weird way to project. Basically, the Israelis and all the Saudi and all of the Gulf states basically criticized Obama for saying, "Well, you said for them to not have nukes, yet you didn't address their ballistic missiles program or their ability to project power." You know what Obama's response was? Well, yeah, I didn't, but you guys got to figure it out yourselves. And you know what? Here's $100 billion worth of missiles for you. So you think an arms race in the Middle East was a good thing? That's a question, by the way.
Where's the arms race happening in the Middle East?
Wait, did you not? Are you like being like dull on purpose, or like you're not?
Absolutely.
Are you tracking?
Absolutely.
Why aren't you tracking? Because I just
I'm
told
being
you
dull on purpose. I want you to articulate your point.
So lifting sanctions and allowing the Iranians to essentially purchase more for their ballistic missiles program to develop their military infrastructure to project power throughout the region, while selling all the Arabs. Yes.
Did they do that?
Yes, they did. Okay, so through the Al-Quds force, right? That was headed by Soleimani, who President Trump got rid of, by the way. Essentially projected power and projected their Shia revolution.
What kind of advantages did they gain in the region?
Okay, by destabilizing or decreasing the ability for the Western world to project power in the Middle East.
And how do you know that?
Because you see, have this group called the Houthis, right? And when you're just capturing and bombing a bunch of trade ships, that causes instability, and instability causes less economic growth.
Yes, I don't want to get us off subject, but I do want to bring a point to your name. I want to point that out. Do you claim indigeneity?
Yeah, I'm mestizo.
Mm-hmm. And you support Trump, who is actively harming your people?
My people?
Yes.
My people are Americans. I don't do this racial identity politics nonsense, so you could take that somewhere else.
So you are indigenous.
I'm half indigenous and half Iberian.
Okay.
Well, do you know what Iberian is?
Okay. No, actually, I don't.
You don't?
No, I don't.
That's insane. Yikes.
See how I can say when I don't know something and you can't? You'll just
Well,
bullshit
it's
your
a
way through an
Spaniard.
answer?
You know, it's Spaniard. You know,
Okay.
Iberia, the Iberian Peninsula.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about
Okay.
it?
Like, what's the point of bringing up my race? Like, I thought this was like a free society.
I'm just asking a question because Donald Trump is actively harming your people.
He's not harming Americans. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
He's
But
actively harming
yeah, this is
American
kind of a
people.
derailment because you guys are getting schooled on like
No, it's
basic
not. I'm
geopolitics of the
just
Middle
trying to
East.
understand why you would support a man who does that.
Because he's
doing
kicking
that
the
to your
shit out of Iran. That's why.
So you don't care about the fact that he is disturbing
I don't care
sacred
about no
lands?
domestic policies. I care nothing about domestic policies.
I'm not
I am a
talking
foreign
about
policy
domestic
guy.
policies. Oh my lord.
You said that Iran was
Iran. It's pronounced Iran.
Iran.
It's not. It's
Anyways.
Iran.
No, you're not Persian and you don't speak a lick of Farsi. Calm
You don't know
down.
what the
Stop
fuck I
LARPing.
am. You don't know what the fuck I
You
am.
don't speak Farsi. I could tell you don't speak Farsi.
I can
Do you
read
speak
this.
Farsi?
I can read this.
Oh wow, good for
So
you.
you don't know
You
what I
speak
am.
Farsi?
You
You
don't know
speak
what I
Farsi?
am. Maybe. Maybe I
That's
don't.
that's not a race thing. That's a question
Does speaking
about
English
like
make me American?
I never said it does.
So
But
just because
you
I may,
are
just
obviously
because I
you
may
you
or may
probably
not
don't know
speak
anything
multiple
about.
languages, just because I may or may not speak multiple languages has nothing to do with my ethnicity.
Why can't you answer an honest question? You haven't answered anything I've given you, by the way.
I
Just
was
do you
about
speak
to ask you
Farsi?
a question.
You haven't asked me anything
I
obscene.
have answered you. I have demonstrated my point, and you're silent as a duck, right? You're looking at your computer constantly, and then you're having other people derail the conversation because you have
multiple
nothing of
chats
substance.
open.
That's not my fault.
No, the
How about you
reason we
focus on this one
listen,
because you're kind of awfully quiet.
listen, we don't respect you, and I'm gonna be honest
I
because
don't even know you.
your name means eagle. I've
Yeah, it does
studied
mean
Native American
eagle.
history. Yeah, it means eagle, which is
Yeah,
basically
shout
the
out to
highest
Cuauhtemoc,
warrior rank in the Mexican empire.
the Mexica
It's a the
Empire.
dude. Stop.
Well, don't LARP my culture. Don't LARP my bloodline.
It's a name of resistance and protection.
No, it's not.
How do you?
Cuauhtemoc
Yes, it
is.
is. Yes, it is.
Cuauhtemoc.
How do you
Cuauhtemoc is.
reconcile, bro? How do you reconcile carrying
Wait,
that name
why are
while
you
supporting a
equivocating?
president who has bulldozed indigenous burial grounds? How do you reconcile having that name
Which
when
indigenous
you
burial
support a
grounds?
man that has done that? Oh, I can name many. I can name
You think all indigenous people are the same?
The
That's pretty
Mexican burial
racist.
ground.
That's fucking racist. Like
If
you have
anyone
no
has a
respect for the
galaxy, please
tribes
drop
at
it.
all. You have no respect for tribes at all. You think we're all the same? You're
No,
actually
of course
fucking
not.
racist. I'm not dealing with a bigot. Let's go back to Iran, please.
No, this quote unquote bigot is schooling you, and you're mad.
You think Cuauhtemoc and Cuautli are the same thing? Cuauhtemoc is what you're referencing about resistance, because Cuauhtemoc himself represents indigenous resistance. Literally, that's what he symbolizes. Ironically, he died Catholic, a professing Catholic as well.
When did I mention this person?
You said Cuautli is.
My God.
Hi, Felicia.
I
I never
just
said
wanted him
anything
to
about
walk
the man. I
himself
said
into
the
a
name.
corner. I just wanted him to walk himself into a corner because there is no measurable metric to support what it is that he was talking about. None. As a matter of fact, world policy experts are torn on whether or not Obama's actions with the JCPOA were detrimental or helpful to the region. Like there's no data to suggest what it's conflicting.
No.
So he's talking about Iran bombing ships and stuff like that. None of that was happening before February.
I don't pay septic salad. The people pay to kick. Somebody sent a galaxy, I kick. I follow the rules. You can come up here. Here, as a matter of fact, I'm going to send you an invite, septic salad. Oh, your invites are off. What happened? Did you get live banned? Also, why do you follow me? We're going to fix that.
It disturbs me because he is actively supporting a president who is disturbing sacred grounds for indigenous people. And this same person also called Mexican immigrants grapists when so many of them are indigenous relatives, and he's supporting this.
Erica, the price is what the price is. Right now, we're actually doing a fundraiser for mutual aid for Kiara. We have $24.90 just in TikTok gifts, but we've done a couple $100 in mutual aid. We are trying to get to $1,000 goal to help Kiara because they're currently experiencing a lockout at work. And so this Kiara right here, this Kiki, not chair. So their access to funding has been limited over the last 100 days, and they're in a position right now where they need some help from the community. So that's what we're doing. So we're trying to make it accessible for everybody to contribute to Kiki, and so that's what we're doing.
Yes, and please do not give me, you guys. I'd rather, if you're going to gift anybody, please send it to Kiki. Thank you. I appreciate you.
But that's what happens, right? A lot of people, so someone says he sold out his own people. That's what happens, right, with assimilation and wanting proximity to whiteness. Like you don't care who you step on. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Like everyone saying that they want improvement of society, improvement of this country. But if you're only talking about me, society consists of more than just you. Like what are you doing for the betterment of society? Septic Salad is now requesting. You can send it to me if you want, Erica, and I'll send it to them. But their usernames on the both sites are Lesbaru Kiki.
Yeah. So when I was saying that he was right, and you're right. I was at the tail end of that conversation, but I was just saying that he was right that the kind of like tokenization of indigenous people and kind of the mentality that if an indigenous person, like myself, like him, think differently than other people, then that just must be like, oh, just attempting proximity to whiteness and betraying the people, and that's just not the case. Like individuals within the Native American community can think wildly different things from each other, and that's okay. That's freedom of thought. That's diversity of thought. Diversity is our strength.
It's not tokenizing. I was simply asking a question about how he can support someone who is actively harming his own people.
Yeah, so that would be the contention there, right? Like he would have to accept the premise that like Trump is harming the people instead of helping the people. And so I would also contend that I think that Trump overall is helping more people.
What is he doing? What is he doing to help?
Well, you guys said we're talking about the border issue earlier. That's a pretty big one. And the guest was pretty spot on the money in terms of like the negative consequences of providing an incentive structure for the people to make the attempt at the border crossing. Because like for example, if you start your journey to quote unquote asylum in the United States, and you start in South America.
So where's the study that shows having the CBP1 app was detrimental to our immigration process?
Well, it's not like he was saying, it's not an isolated issue here. It's
Where's the data that suggests that the CBP1 app was detrimental to our immigration process?
You're operating in terms of
You can say it doesn't exist, that's fine. You can say it doesn't exist.
I mean, I'm not sure if there's a specific study on it, but what I'm saying is it's a consensual thing. So anything.
How do we know, other than feelings and vibes?
Well, there are studies about incentives, and disincentives. Like there are things within there are things within the human psychology that enable like someone to incentivize someone to do something or disincentivize them to do something.
Okay, so tell me
and
so that would apply to this.
Well, I mean, I haven't finished the point here yet.
I already asked you for something, and you're just talking. You haven't provided what I'm asking for. Where is the study that would show that this CBP1 app was an incentive for people or decentivized people to come to this country, one way or the other? Where's the study?
Again, I already answered that. I'm not sure if there is one specifically on CBP1.
So then stop talking about it.
I didn't even mention CBP. You brought up CBP1. I was just talking about. I was talking about Trump being harsh on the border, and that creating a disincentivization structure. So because
that supports that.
Where's the data that supports?
Oh shit! Disincentivization.
What?
Do you honestly think that if somebody is running from a cartel or something like that, that just him putting up strong barriers is going to keep somebody away?
No, so that's a mischaracterization of my argument. If someone is legitimately fleeing for their life from things like cartels, then they're going to be making the trip regardless, and you would see them making this trip, and they would be trying to evade the cartels. But the problem is that the cartels run these pathways to the border. So, like I was saying earlier, if you start in South America and you try to make the trek up here, you're going to be going through at least 4 international crime syndicates that are going to be charging you money, that might be exploiting you, might be committing crimes against you. What?
Why don't we make the path easier? Why don't we create a legal pathway for people?
Well, there is a legal pathway to become a legal immigrant in the United States. In terms of broadening, well, not everybody, and that wouldn't necessarily solve the issue because you'd still be having to cross through these cartel territories if you were to legally, physically walk across the border. So, like, if you're talking about mechanisms for like flying across the border or some other way that doesn't involve them getting, exploited on their journey here, that's something to talk about. But what Trump is doing is he's calming the waters first. Like you can't repair a ship in stormy waters. You want to get to calm waters first. So he's cutting off the tap. Creating a massive disincentivization structure around this, so that people don't make the attempt and thus don't get harmed on the journey here.
Where's the evidence of that?
Everywhere. There's so much evidence on this. I mean,
okay, show me.
There's so much you should be able to pull at least one.
I guess I'll find some. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm hungry.
I am too.
I'm kind of like mentally checked out of this stuff.
I think you should have Portillo's today, Amanda.
Ooh, I should have Portillo's today. I want to go back to Chicago. I
Cake
miss you
shake.
guys. We had so much
I miss you
fun.
too. It was a really good time in Chicago.
Why is everybody
Oh
in
shit,
Chicago?
Erica sent big W to Erica. Sorry, Erica, I walked away from my phone. Erica sent 50 for Kiara, so everybody big W to Erica.
W, Erica. And hi, Erica. We love Erica. Why isn't he teacupping? I thought he was going fishing for information.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a while to pull all the stuff up. I don't just have it open.
They
I mean,
might be on
you could logically reason it, right? Like you understand the logical consistency here of like
Thank you so much for the super
incentivization.
chat, JR. JR said, not a good start when you say there's so much evidence instead of providing the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Missing Migrants Project, the annual regional review from that's what missing migrant.iom.
Where in the Missing Migrants Project does it support what you're saying? Read it to me.
Yeah, so in 2024, 1,272 fatalities were recorded, indicating a 68% decrease in 2025. However, these figures do not tell the full story, since total documented migration deaths. I mean, so that's just talking about deaths that happened on this journey. Let's see, human rights abuses. Let's see, human smuggling rings frequently subject migrants to hostage situations, physical mutilations, and SA. This treatment is well documented. Field reporting. There's a New York Times field reporting investigation on that.
Okay, tell me what it says.
Cartelix. This is from phys.org/news. New study charts how cartel violence increases risks for migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. I mean, again, all of these things you could just intuit from logic, but yeah, I mean, it's
So
well
if the
documented.
danger is outside the border, and these people on their journey and their trek are experiencing danger, just to be clear, you said the danger was at the border, so outside the border. How does keeping people out of this country and having access to this country more accessibly mitigate that? Oh, look, there's my puppy. Hi, mamas. Hi, mamas. How does locking them out mitigate that?
So coyotes actively engage in a tiered payment system for various methods of shipping these people across the border.
How does it stop it?
What?
Because they still come in.
Well, what I'm saying is that the people, if the people know that they're going to get deported no matter what, once they get across the border, and there isn't any kind of hope of them staying here, then they're not going to pay the coyotes to ship them over there. You see like how that logically follows. Except for in the case of people who are truly escaping and running for their lives, in which case we will probably continue to see people so desperate that they make that attempt anyway, and trying to subvert, like the coyote system in general, because they're likely hiding from cartels.
Well, you're just talking in hypothetical.
I
want the data on that.
Well, it's not hypotheticals. That's what happens.
I'd argue that if we restrict the entry, their entry, that's not going to reduce any cartel influence. In fact, it's actually going to increase their power, because then those migrants become more dependent on smugglers and things to get over here, including now more dangerous crossing routes and stuff.
The RC got.
I can't talk today.
So like the coyotes, they'll actively generate like a media campaign promoting their services, and they'll feature news and things from the United States that if it's showing a friendly environment that is likely to accept more migrants or anything, like they'll be advertising this, and then they'll sell their services to these people, creating this incentive to make the attempt in the first place. So if they don't see that, if all they see in American,
maybe you're not understanding.
He's not.
The harder we make it for people to come here, the easier it is for cartels to make money profiting off of these people, because they put them in a situation where they perceive that they have no other choice but to go through the coyotes and the cartels, because they have no other path to enter the country. All it does is
they have to go.
All it does is further incentivize the coyotes and the cartels.
These people are more vulnerable to exploitation, and that's going to increase the danger.
Yeah.
Okay. So no, they have to go through the coyote system in general, because if they get caught by the cartels without doing that, the cartels will kill them. So they have to do it regardless. The only way that they would risk not going through that system is if they are truly running from their lives from the cartels. So no, if you increase the incentive, if you say like, oh, we have a whole bunch of people who can process even more people at the border, then more people are going to show up and go through this system.
If we make immigration more accessible, the barrier, the people who are exploiting people, no longer maintains their power. So by making immigration more accessible, both financially and physically, we decentivize the need for coyotes.
Yeah, if we create a path to legal citizenship, we also have to massively disincentivize illegal immigration. You see, we have to do both concurrently.
When legal immigration is more accessible, it de-incentivizes illegal immigration.
I agree. And also when we're heavy-handed on deportations, it disincentivizes illegal immigration. So if we do both strategies like you're talking about, then yeah, it will improve the system.
All it does is give the coyotes and the cartels power to charge more, power to be more violent, power to do more to harm these people. That's what it does.
That's what does.
What's your question, son?
What gives them more power to do this?
Because when they don't have access to it by their own methods, they're going to use other methods. And the only other methods available to them are the coyotes and going through and dealing with the cartels.
But are you saying we just accept everyone that wants to migrate here? Is that what you're saying?
Why not? Why not?
Because we don't have the infrastructure for that, and
Why don't we?
Yeah.
Why don't we? What's your matter, Mama? Come here, baby. What's your matter? You don't like the thunder?
We don't have enough resources to handle that a massive influx of people at that rate.
Says who? We have enough houses, and when they pay into the system, we have more money to. We have more money.
We don't have enough houses. The houses already cost $1 billion as it is. Like what? Like it's going to drive up the demand for houses, which is going to increase the price of houses, and houses are already insanely expensive. It's going to push everyone out of housing.
Really?
Then why?
We're already dealing with a housing crisis. Like why would
have a
just
housing crisis.
flooding?
We have corporations owning housing crisis. Get down, Z.
Well, Trump outlawed that, right? Didn't he?
Then why didn't Trump?
Helped it.
Then why didn't Trump
ban them from doing that?
Why didn't Trump sign the affordable housing bill that just came through?
What was the affordable housing bill entailing?
It passed bipartisanly through the House and Senate and ended up on his desk, and he says he doesn't care about housing prices. He doesn't care about making them affordable for people to actually obtain.
Well, what mechanism would make houses more affordable? Like they're still like subject to the supply and demand economics, right?
So so housing right now, the issue is basically driven by we've got a lack of construction going on. We've got these restrictive zoning laws and such, and high interest rates. Immigration levels are not causing these issues.
Corporations are.
Oh, I see. It looks like he is refusing to sign it because he's using it as leverage to force people to sign on to the Safe America Act. Okay.
So he can't do two things at once. He can't try to fight for the Save America Act, which really is just voter restriction, and lower housing cost.
Well, no, he's using refusing to sign it specifically as a lever to apply pressure to get people to sign on to the Save America Act. He's just pressuring. He's using it as a pressure thing. So after they sign the Save America Act, he might likely sign the Housing Act. Yeah.
Ironically, you know how we can stabilize the construction labor force? Do you know how? Immigration. Because undocumented immigrants, they make up a large percentage of the construction workforce that we have. So if we grant them legal status and worker protections, we could stabilize the construction labor force, allowing more homes to be built faster.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different mechanisms that we can, use to get there.
Give me one.
One mechanism for building out construction.
Yeah, how do we construct faster? Tell me.
Well, other than migration, we offer training in schools, trade schools, in our public education system.
Don't nobody want to build no house.
Well, there's more that goes into building houses than just like putting up the wood, right? There's HVAC installation, there's electric,
Oh dear Lord, dude.
So you need
Get to the point.
you need highly trained professionals. So what we would do is incentivize more trade schools and less college, like the traditional 4-year bachelor's degrees. That would be a way that we can increase construction.
You're on YouTube.
Right, like because a house, it's very complex. It requires extremely highly trained plumbers, HVAC technicians, electricians, those kind of things. So that would be one way.
Have you actually looked into how many vacant homes we have here in the United States? Because we have a lot.
How many what?
Have you looked into how many vacant homes we have in the United States right now? Because we have a lot. I was just reading the census data. There are between 15 and 16 million vacant housing units in the United States right now.
Where are these units at?
I can look for it. Let me see.
So just to answer your question, passion fruit cake, there's multiple ones. BlackRock is behind a lot of it, but you can look up for some information about it. Actually, Josh Hawley is one of the people who introduced it. Josh Hawley and Jeff something, the Homes for American Families Act. They made it that act would make it illegal for investment funds with over 100 something million in assets to buy single family homes. Let's see. Oh my God, they're calling back.
Johnny said I sat in his guest request this morning for 3 hours. I was in there for 5 minutes and then he rejected me because he's scared. That's like psycho
You
behavior.
haven't given us anything to be scared of. Caller, what do you want now?
Sing Heil. Sing Heil. Heil Hitler. Get rid of the Jews.
Oh, wow, you're so
At this
edgy.
point, I
Look
think
at
Johnny
you.
just might be a compulsive liar.
Sing Heil. Heil Hitler.
That's what you called to say, big boy?
All the Jews, get rid of them all.
All right, let's see who phone number 386-297-3072 belongs to.
I'm definitely not scared of. I'm definitely not scared of Johnny. That guy, all he does is lie about stuff and filibusters
What
the
does
whole
Johnny
time.
lie about? What does Johnny lie about? Tell me. What does Johnny lie about?
Well, he just in the chat lied, saying I was in his guest request for 3 hours. So, like, again, that's why I think it's compulsive, because it's like a stupid lie. Like, why would you even do that? And then, and on top of that, he said like the JCPOA released only released only $1.7 billion to Iran, which is ridiculous. It was over $100 billion. So he just lies about pretty much everything that he says.
Septic, do you know what delusions of grandeur is?
Well, what does that have to do with Johnny lying actively in the chat
It's
right now?
what you're doing right now.
Johnny could come up here if he wanted, but I'm sure he does not want to waste his time.
Well, he rejected me after 5 minutes in the guest request.
Ew,
so I
Pennsylvania
know he wouldn't
Senate
want to.
Republicans have blocked a minimum wage hike, keeping Pennsylvania state minimum wage at $7.25 an hour. That's gross, Republicans.
That's
Why would you
disgusting.
not want people to make more money? That's terrible. Yuck.
What? Okay. All right, Johnny. He pretends that 3 hours is 5 minutes. That makes sense because he doesn't like understand basic math.
Johnny's
False.
definitely smarter than you.
Delusions of grandeur, false beliefs of exceptional power, wealth, identity, or importance that persist despite clear evidence of the contrary. That is exactly what you are exhibiting right now, Septic. Nobody worries about you. Nobody is worried about you, especially not Johnny.
I know Johnny in real life, and I believe what Johnny is saying to be true.
Yeah. Well, it's just a flat out lie. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
And hi, Johnny, by the way. I'm obsessed. Hello, I'm just a fangirl. I'm just a little fangirl.
And guy thinks that the JCPOA only released $1.7 billion to Iran when it was over $100 billion in frozen assets. Like he's goofy for that kind of stuff.
Johnny's right.
Well, I mean, if anyone just looks it up, it's so easy. It's just like how much money in frozen assets did Iran receive from the JCPOA? It's way more than 1.7 billion wasn't even part of the JCPOA. It just happened at the same time, and it was part of a old deal that we had with Iran. Like, it had nothing. It wasn't even part of it. It's crazy.
Okay.
It's so easy to. That's what blows my mind is like this information is so easy to look up, and like I don't understand why people just
I know.
don't
I'm just letting
look it
him
up.
fangirl Johnny. I'm letting him have his fangirl moment. Are you done talking about Johnny, or do you want to suck his
Sure.
dick?
I mean, we can talk about anything. I mean, I think that we came to kind of solid consensus that we need to fix the immigration problem, and that it's causing a significant amount of harm to people, and it's actively funding
We agree on that.
cartel organizations. So yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah, because keeping people out and creating barriers to access only further incentivizes and empowers the cartels and the coyotes.
Well, I mean, my contention would just be that if we make it so that they know that they're not going to be able to stay here if they come here, then that's going to decrease the incentive structure to come, and they're not even going to try.
People are still going to come. They're escaping horrible conditions. Do you think people walk hundreds of miles just for fucking funsies?
Well, I think a lot of them actually come. They fly overseas to South America and then they start walking. So it's like if to the previous guest who was talking about how much of the
If
asylum
that's the
claims
case,
are
they could just get a visa to come into the country like all the fucking white people that come here and then just overstay their visa.
Yeah, they should.
So why would they do that? Why would they fly
going the
to
illegal
South
way,
America and then walk here?
Well, it's possible that they applied for a visa and then they were rejected for whatever reason. Like maybe they have a criminal record or whatever. Like, and then they're like, okay, well, if I'm going to get denied and not be allowed to migrate there legally, well, I'm going to do it the illegal way, right?
Where's the data to support that?
The data to support that people have been denied visas.
That people are being denied visas so that they're flying to South America and then walking here. Where's the data to support that?
I could find it. I'm just saying that as an example of a scenario where that could be the case.
You need the Jeopardy music.
Yeah, I don't even have my crickets
I'll
anymore.
do it. I'll do it. Do, do, do,
I can play it, but YouTube is gonna get mad because it's copyrighted music.
Heavy on the bum bum.
Please no Jeopardy music. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the data is actually tracked, so there wouldn't be any data on it.
So it's just a hypothetical. It's not something that's in existence.
Well, it's not that it doesn't exist; it's that they don't track it, right? It's like
Well,
there's a lot of
if that's an issue, if it's such a pressing issue for immigration, why isn't it tracked?
I don't know why they don't track it. I'm not saying it's a pressing issue. I'm just saying that it's a possible issue. Could be a pressing issue. We don't know because there isn't data tracked on it. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's not a pressing issue. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That just means that they don't track that specific metric.
If you don't have anything to support your claim, then it's not a claim that you can rely on. It's just talking about vibes and feelings. It's just you're just being speculative.
Well, isn't that what you're doing? You're saying that if we have let more people in, that's going to decrease harm caused by the cartels. And you made that claim. I didn't ask you for sources because it just breaks up the flow of the conversation.
I can look it up, but we can talk about numerous different things where that.
Yeah, but I think you just kind of made a claim, and it's because how you feel. But I don't think there's data that actually supports
when
this.
people have access to safe injection sites, the rate of overdose goes down. Why? Because we removed a barrier. When we talk about abortion, and we talk about people being provided access to resources, when we remove the barrier, less abortions occur.
So then you're just saying that because in other aspects where barriers are removed, we achieve slightly safer conditions, then therefore in this scenario we also will achieve a safer condition?
Correct.
See, you see how you made that leap when you're comparing two unlike things?
It's not unlike. What's the symmetry break?
Well, I can accept that your premise as a logical thought process, right? And I don't have to ask you for a source, right? You don't have to break the conversation every time someone makes a claim like that, and then just oh, where's your source? Where's your source?
Caller. Okay.
Gosh, I was really hoping he could come up and take it.
Question of the day.
Really.
The reason why you don't ask for a source is because it's just gonna prove you wrong.
No, it's just because you don't need to break the flow of conversation every 2 seconds just to go spuriously find a source. Like, things can logically follow. I agree with your premise that, you know, I can make a logical argument that, like, in these scenarios that this might also follow. Just like I'm saying, like, when you disincentivize something or like you create the barrier to entry, it makes what logically follows is that people don't even try, or less people try.
That my claim that there's data support that. Like the Cato Institute has a study on that. The Department of Homeland Security has put out information regarding that. Like, there's information to support it, because what I'm saying is to be true. Is true. When you remove the barriers to access to immigration, it de-incentivizes cartels and coyotes. They lose their power.
But also, like, I could make the same case where what we see after Trump implemented his heavy-handed approach to deportations, what we see is the lowest levels of encounters on the border in 50 years. So
that doesn't
it follows
immigration, and it doesn't improve safety.
What my argument was that being heavy-handed makes people not even try to attempt it, and the data.
More people.
Like, no, because if more people are attempting, then what you're going to encounter is more border encounters. If less people are trying, you're going to encounter less border encounters. So the fact that we encounter the lowest levels in 50 years, according to Pew Research Center, that is evidence that my claim of being heavy-handed on deportations creates a disincentivization structure that prevents people from making the attempt. And if they don't make the attempt, then they're not getting harmed on the journey.
Go ahead, A.
You see?
Hey Divas, happy 4th of July. Thank you for not only serving the country from being amazing, but serving in general. But on to the topic that we're here today, septic. How are you today?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm great. Lovely to be here in America. I want to know, you said that you got your cited source from Pew Research Center. Can you please give me the title of that cited source, please?
The title is Migrant Encounters at the U.S.-Mexico Border Are at Their Lowest Level in More Than 50 Years. John.
Who's the author
by
of
John,
it?
Yeah, by John Gramlich.
And one more time, what was the title of it? I'm typing right now as we're talking.
Migrant Encounters at the U.S.-Mexico Border Are at their lowest level in more than 50 years.
Okay, I'm just going to read it real quick. If you guys want to keep going, I just wanted to verify and go over and read everything, okay?
I have a quick question for Septic. Septic, is your family indigenous to the United States?
Yeah, I'm indigenous. I'm Native American.
Okay, that's it. Never mind.
Oh.
My wife isn't. My wife is black, so she's not indigenous, I guess. But
why are you tokenizing your wife?
I mean, I didn't want to lie to you guys. Like, not everyone in my family.
We need to know that.
I didn't ask that though.
Well, you asked about my family. You didn't ask just about me, right?
No.
Okay.
Your family, like your family lineage, is it indigenous?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Family lineage. Okay, I misinterpreted. Okay, so irrelevant to the conversation. Okay.
Okay, I'm mute.
So yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, is that, like, border encounters are down. They're, and that's my whole contention. That means that less people are getting harmed.
Thank you so much for the flowers, Warrior. I'm just reading about what you're saying, but it looks as though the Trump administration has been fudging some numbers. The White House and Fox News were using encounters both at official ports of entry and between them, and asylum appointments that were legal, not illegal, were folded into the before numbers to inflate the apparent drop. This is according to PBS investigations. Immigration experts have often told us that weather patterns, changes in administration and policies, or political shifts in people's home countries can affect whether someone migrates, so it's uncertain what caused this drop and how long it will last.
Yeah, I that's what I'm saying, is, like, different policies can incentivize people to come. That's where you get massive floods, or they can disincentivize, you get massive decrease. I want massive decrease because that decreases the harm to the people. Yeah.
Encounters and crossings are different numbers, though.
And they used numbers they inflated numbers. The White House was not genuine in what they said.
Also, I want to add something real quick. The reason why the numbers have inflated and deflated as well too is because of the policy control. And I know that Atropos was talking about that in just a minute, but the Biden administration put harder policies intact to allow for asylum seekers as well too, allowing for people to have easier access in ways by following the protocol of becoming a U.S. person of interest, basically like that. And when Trump came in, he disposed of that completely and imposed new restrictions and caused a national emergency. Do you think that taking away those policies enacted was a smart thing to do? Because when you take away people from helping to get access in the United States and restricting the flow completely and saying that's a national security, do you think that is helpful?
Yeah, my entire contention has been that, and exactly what you said, is that Biden had policies in place that encouraged people to try to make the attempt at illegal immigration. So my entire premise here is that I don't want people to make the attempt because they get harmed on the way, and they're heavily funding these cartel organizations. The cartels are exploiting them, they're hurting them, they're SAing them. If you don't have enough money if you don't have the money to actually pay them, they'll ransom people to family members in the US, or they'll force you into being a mule. I mean, it's insane. So I want the pure number of people who attempt the crossing to decrease, and under Trump, that's what we got.
I'll just be very honest. Okay.
Hey, just give me 1 second. JR, thank you so much for the super chat. JR said the caller's plan for America is to be a permanent police state with ICE operating as Gestapo, terrorizing American citizens, all to discourage illegal immigrants. Is this guy serious? All right, go ahead, A.
I want to thank you, and thank you for, because that's actually a thing I was going to talk about in a minute too. Because if we look at proportional data from what happened in 1930s Germany, this is actually a very similar situation, and it was about excommunicating a group of people and deporting them to a certain area, which they were not even deported in parts of Germany; they were deported in parts of Poland, because the Nazi regime went all the way over there, and that's where people were sent to concentration camps. Correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what time period. I'd have to brush up on my World War II history.
It would be the First War. And it's fine if you don't know this. I'll just give you a brief history. Trust me, this is when I was over. A little background about me: I worked as a journalist, and then for the military. And so it was doctrinal, was publication, all that. So I can't tell any lies. I had to tell stuff by the research centers that are there. So like I work with the Polish National Foundation and stuff like that. And so during World War I, Nazis would, because they took over other Eastern states like Poland, their surrounding states of Germany as well too. And what happened is they incentivized, because they didn't want the German people seeing that they were eliminating people that were part of these groups. So people that were gay, people who had health issues, people who were deemed not normal. So people who had Down syndrome or any kind of syndrome that created them to be off, any Jewish person, anybody who was gypsy is not the correct term. We don't use that anymore. I don't remember the name of it. It starts with an R. But they were also yes. Thank you, DRC. And by the way, hi, beautiful. Love you.
Love you too.
But so they would take them there and do that, incentivizing the same tactics that they did. Were doing the same thing. They cut off the flow of traffic in and out of Germany. That was the first thing that they did. They started taking over the journalistic spectrum. That's what they're doing right now. And they're sending people to these jailed places, which Germany did the same thing. And then they're going to put them in other restricted areas as well, too. So what happened to all the migrants that were here in the United States that were essentially deported? Where were they sent?
the, I mean, a lot of them have been deported. A lot of them have self-deported, which we paid for, I think, right? There was a program for funding plane tickets and everything for these self-deportations. A lot of them have been put
That the
into-
American tax people like paid for. Yes, we paid for it, even though the majority of people do not agree that we should be sending them there.
Sending them back to their homes?
They're not their homes. They're sent to detainment centers.
But people didn't self-deport themselves to detainment centers.
They're not deporting themselves. Okay, wait. That's okay. So I will say this. You're talking about they deported themselves. They did not deport themselves. They're being forcibly like accosted. That's the first thing, by ICE, by detainment agencies. Then they're put in detainment areas. After that, then they are put into transportation that is funded by the American taxpayers, which most of us do not agree with this. And then they're sent to detainment facilities in other countries that are going to treat them more horrifically than other places probably. I've never seen these facilities, but from my understanding, the facilities there are astronomically abysmal. And to me, no human should be treated that way at all. I think that even like our people who have committed crimes like murdering more than, say, 20 people, they're put in confinement. They're not treated that way where they have to shave their head, be put into the fetal position with their arms behind their back, which is also a position of power that you do to somebody so that they don't have any way to move and it's uncomfortable. That's not correct. And the fact that they were simply trying to become a citizen here in the United States with the correct proper restrictions that Joe Biden had in place to get them citizenship, because you said that they were taking illegal actions. No, I think that what you're incentivizing and stuff that you don't know is that when Joe Biden put that in action he allowed more people to go there. So it could not, that what people are saying, it was a quicker access. It was not a quicker access. What happened, there was more people to help people out to get access to resources to become a U.S. citizen. So it wasn't necessarily a quicker process.
We got another super chat from GA Warrior who said, Trump Christians don't feed the poor, help the old, don't deslave the oppressed, don't commit murder, steal from the poor, use rank for personal gain. We need a Moses Pharaoh, let my people go.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time following your exact train of logic there, but it sounds like what you're saying is that Biden had policies in place that would have helped facilitate people to become U.S. citizens. Is that correct?
Wasn't necessarily like easier. It was the same process. It was a fast, in a way, it was a quicker process because it had more people there focusing on the issue at hand.
Okay, so in the minds of someone who's trying to migrate here and maybe they do it illegally, would they have viewed those policy positions as something that would be potentially beneficial to them in terms of their desired goal of becoming a U.S. citizen?
When you mean illegally, do you mean like not going through the actual position when you come over to the U.S.?
I want to hear what Corey has to say. Corey, how are you?
There, how's it going today? Happy 4th.
Happy 4th of July. What would you like to have in the conversation?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt what was being discussed, but it's just the interesting position of we should use insane cruelty to de-incentivize people coming here when we actually know what can keep people from coming here, and it's helping out our neighbors to the global south, especially in Latin America. If the concern, like we saw this with Kamala Harris, where there was literally private investment driven by her, which lowered the number of people coming from the countries in which they invested in. And so it's just weird that we're being the worst of the worst. It's for a worse method as well. It's just interesting.
Yep.
I wanted to add, or that's why I wanted to critique Septicon whenever the conversation moved that way.
No, you're cool. I don't think the conversation will ever move that way, to be honest. They're not.
Yeah, he's got an internal like contradiction going on because he's saying that immigrants are facing these dangers at the border, and then he's saying that like there's a humanitarian crisis happening, but he's also endorsing these policies that are going to increase the danger. What are you doing, Septic?
It's basically we should torture people because I don't want them to get hurt. Like, how is that
Right.
all beneficial?
Well. Again, Trump isn't actively trying to torture anybody. There was a very robust and funded program that anyone could use that they will pay you to self-deport. And I mean, purportedly, according to the DHS, that
Self-deport
roughly
to where? And how is that helpful?
2.2.
Thank
Well,
you,
according to the DHS, approximately 2.2 million people did self-deport. So that's why I was asking, like what he meant by like these people aren't self-deporting themselves to detainment centers. So if you take advantage of the system and you deport yourself, then you got money in your pocket and you're going back home.
Okay. Go ahead, Corey.
No, sorry.
You can go, Corey.
Oh, Amanda, did you want to go?
No. I'm tired.
And I would say that is a stark contrast to like the parallels that A was trying to make to post World War I Germany and like what the Nazi Party was doing.
Because it's the same playbook that Nazi Germany did, where the Trump administration is encompassing it. It goes by excommunicating a group. It goes by making it illegal for those people to be in the groups. It pushing these people in the same areas, like getting them deported, getting them in detainment centers. It's the same playbook. And then not to mention the same playbook when it comes to journalism, same playbook when it comes to rules and laws, same playbook as when people want to talk against the government. These people are getting either arrested or getting with crimes against them. A great example is what just happened with the major that was on Capitol Hill who was protesting against Trump, saying that he should be investigated and that we should not be listening to him. He was literally arrested. So it's the same playbook.
It's illegal to, I don't know if you know this, but according to the UCMJ, it's illegal to, I mean, the host knows this, it's illegal to protest in your uniform.
That wasn't why he was arrested, though.
What is the
Yeah,
punishment?
he was
for
arrested.
activities in uniform. What is the punishment for that?
I mean, it depends. I mean, I think there's a maximum punishment, but a lot of it is up to. It can be non-judicial punishment. It can be judicial punishment, court-martial. Like there's a lot of mechanisms for punishment. So yeah, that's why he's arrested. Like anyone who's protesting in their uniform is subject to being arrested.
That wasn't why he was arrested, though.
Yep.
He was protesting in uniform, right?
He was protesting in uniform, but he was
That's
arrested
not why
for
he was
trespassing.
arrested.
Why was he arrested if not for doing the illegal?
Here, I can look up the crimes that he was arrested for, but it wasn't for protesting in uniform. And also, when it comes to UCMJ, that's a unit discretion for his punishable action. You understand that, right?
It's a criminal offense. It's like you will get arrested. It's an actual crime.
Hold on. So you're not always arrested for violating the UCMJ. Anybody who served in the military would know this.
He was arrested.
No, I'm not saying you're
crowding,
always arrested.
obstructing, and accommodating. That's what he was arrested for. There was civil charge. They were. How could I use the word properly? It was not. He's not charged under UCMJ. Like that's not why he was arrested. He was charged with violating a code, a local code, a local ordinance.
I mean, it is entirely likely that he will be charged under the UCMJ eventually, but he was not arrested for violating the UCMJ.
It's saying here is public critical statements regarding leadership violated Article 88 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. He was in full uniform during the partisan political protests, which is a breach of
Not
DOD
everybody who
regulations.
gets court-martialed is arrested either.
I think typically inherently, right, you would get arrested if you were court-martialed.
He would get a military indictment, but he would not be arrested by Capitol Police for being on the steps. He would be arrested by military police if it was a UCMJ code.
Okay, so I'm seeing, yeah, while the civil arrest stemmed from a violation of Capitol ground rules, he was subsequently placed into Air Force military custody because his political demonstration breached Department of Defense active duty service members. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, multiple reasons for the arrest, sure.
By the way, like A's historical parallels to Nazi Germany weren't just on point. A was being charitable, because if you actually looked at the history of this prior to the, I don't know what would be the TikTok approved version of it, but the prior to the final solution, right? They literally did try to do self-deportation. They tried to just deport people and remove them and move them around, dude. Like, this is the historical parallels to Nazi Germany are insane. So for like, it kind of shows that you don't really know history, Septic.
And Nazi Germany got their playbook from the U.S. treatment of indigenous peoples.
Well, it's not a knowing history or not knowing history. There's a lot in history. I mean, I already said that I wasn't, hugely brushed up on my post World War I, history specifically, but there's a lot of history that goes into everything, right? And we can just
sure
like basic analytics, and I could look this up, and like I just like, did Nazis pay Jewish people, and said
opportunity to self-deport, which is still kind of the thing there.
Well, it says instead they systematically stripped emigrating Jews of their wealth. So on their way out, they're like, okay, give me all your stuff if you want to leave, which is completely different. Everyone who self-deports is allowed to take all of their financial assets with them, which actually helps them, fund and start up businesses in their home country, which returning immigrants are more likely to do than the general population. So it actually helps the countries that they're going back to, because they've had X amount of time in the U.S. and they've garnered a lot of skills and financial assets to help their own countries.
Do you think I have really strongly feelings right now about this, because again, like this is the whole thing that I talked about within journalism and over in Europe and everything. But when it comes down to it and everything, I strongly encourage you to look up similarities of what is happening to literally Nazi Germany. Pull up the history records, because you can still do that and read everything that's going on. Because the thing is like, I'm telling you, it's the same exact playbook, because it is. And then also the fact, I want to say one other thing is, when it comes to religious extremism, we're facing that right now with Christian ideology as well too, and forcing people to read from the book, which is the same thing when it comes to how Hitler told people that they need to read Mein Kampf. It's the same exact thing. So there's a lot of similarities, and there's no crossroads. They're railroad ties going against each other right now. So I strongly encourage you to look up the history of it.
Well, I think I pointed out a pretty glaring difference in the manner in which people were being deported and having all of their, financial assets stripped from them from Nazi Germany, compared to like us literally paying people to self-deport back to their countries here. I think it's a pretty glaring difference if you're talking about like the motivations of the administration, and that their final plan, right? They want to, get rid of the Untermenschen. I think that's a completely ridiculous claim, because
how do you think? Do you think that they're like taking U-Haul trucks back to their homes and stuff like that with all of their material possessions? Like, that's such a silly.
Corey. He does.
Besides the fact that the amount that we paid them to self-deport, or allegedly paid them to self-deport, because I haven't seen evidence to see that these people actually got any money, would have just covered the cost of their paperwork for their initial application for immigration. So like, we could have just waived their paperwork and made them documented.
I also want to point out that a lot of the self-deportation.
Go ahead.
But that would counter my entire argument of like, if we are like, okay, you're here, therefore we're going to be like, okay, well then you can just stay here. That provides the incentive structure that I'm talking about, that is going to be like, oh, well, if they were able to make it, then now I can make it, and then we're going to get more border encounters.
Atropos, go ahead.
I think what's really bothering me the most about this take is how calm and blasé you are about it. And I really need to understand your human orientation of the world, where you would sooner see people shipped off to CCOT, sooner see people have to leave their entire family, career, home behind for $1,000 payout to go back home. You would rather see children get pulled out of elementary schools screaming, crying away from their mothers. You would rather see all of these things than just, I don't know, hire a shit ton more judges to get these processes expedited for citizenship. This country is founded on immigration and diversity. Like, genuinely, this isn't some like, whatever kind of question. This is a genuine question. Where is your humanity for these folks? I'm not hearing it.
Okay, so no, my position is that my desire is that everyone self-deports. That would be my ultimate desire, is that they take the opportunity and self-deport. My desire is that people don't like commit the crimes of overstaying the visa, right? Like, I don't want them to do that. And if they do, unfortunately, we have to, begin
Hectic,
the
you're missing my question.
Begin the process.
I'm so sorry.
Wait, what?
You're missing my question. My question is, why are you talking about these quote unquote kinds of solutions without any actual empathy for what those individuals are going through within that process?
Okay.
You are so detached from the reality of what these people are going through, and it's really concerning. You're so calm.
The entire premise of my position is that I am very emotionally invested in the harm that is caused, which is much greater harm to the people who attempt to make the illegal immigration journey. Like, massive amounts of harm by the cartels, by any number of sources on that journey, and it puts everything that we have done in the deportation process to utter shame in terms of the scale of the travesty. And I want to decrease the scale of that massive tragedy. And if we have to be harsh on deportations to do it, then I'm not happy that about being harsh. I don't like when things go wrong. I mean, I've heard of people unaliving in these facilities, and it breaks my heart that that's happening. But
record numbers.
You would prefer, right? And you would prefer to rule through fear, is basically your point. Isolationism and rule through fear and iron fist.
I want to do what is necessary to bring down the border encounters, to bring down the number of people who are making this attempt in order to avoid that massive travesty.
So you should have voted for Kamala Harris then.
No, I voted for Trump because he did it.
If you voted for Kamala Harris,
look at the border encounter numbers.
Kamala Harris already did.
Well, I didn't see a particular distinction between what she did and what Biden did. When if you look at the graph of the encounters under Biden, I mean, it's nearly record highs. It is record highs since the 60s. So under Biden, we had 50-year highs of encounters on the border. So that means like millions and millions of people were exploited making this attempt.
With people anymore who just don't understand how to look at stuff and analyze the scope and go into underlying causes. And I can't have these conversations anymore. I just can't.
I am going into underlying causes.
You're not.
I'm sorry, you don't.
It was Biden's policies that encouraged people
let's
to
make
come.
it miserable so that they give up. You don't care about these people.
Right.
You do not care about these people, and I need you to stop saying that because that's really annoying the fuck out of me.
It's faux compassion. It's like, oh, I don't want you to fall off your bike, so I'm going to break your legs. Like, that's not. That's not how you fix problems.
Right.
That's a terrible comparison. Like, these people aren't falling off their bikes.
You're just a terrible person.
They're both actively being exploited by criminal organizations, cartels, and simultaneously funding these criminal organizations and cartels that in order to continue the cycle and ramp up the cycle of even more exploitation.
Hey, Septic, what's a nonviolent solution to that is like if, they just had a bus service that was an auto bus service for immigration, specifically for that purpose, all throughout South America, funded by whoever. But the point is, if there was a transportation service that could beeline them to their destination through all of that, we wouldn't be having that conversation about coyotes. It's super annoying. Super annoying.
What do you
They
think
only have the opportunity because these people are vulnerable. If they don't have vulnerabilities anymore, then they won't have to go to these people. I don't know how many other times people can say this. Right. How many times? Sorry,
maybe
DRC.
even in the hypothetical world?
It's DRC's turn.
Oh,
Shush.
okay, go ahead.
DRC, go ahead.
You're not, so these policies are not going to deter, they don't actually deter people. What's happening is that the stricter the policies that you have is going to force them into more remote, dangerous desert crossings, which is going to put them at the mercy of smugglers. We've had historical data that has shown that when you tighten these ports of entry, illegal crossings through deadly terrain is going to increase. This is harmful.
Well, no, we actually have historical data here that shows that encounters are at 50-year lows.
Encounters? Oh my god. Please learn what a fucking encounter is. Please learn what a fucking encounter is. Please learn what a godaway is. Please learn what these things mean. Because what DRC just said to you has absolutely fucking nothing to do with that. Encounters at the border and people crossing deadly terrain are not going to coincide. The data is not going to match.
Well,
These people aren't encountering anyone. They're crossing deadly terrain to get here. They're going in through the middle of the desert. They're not going to the fucking border and going, hi.
Yeah, so theoretically, like the encounters in the study that I cited primarily.
Hey, what did you want to say?
I was going to read what encounters were.
Fucking circles.
I can read what it says. Apprehension.
I don't need you to read to me. I can read.
Okay, so it's apprehensions. It's not crossing at the border crossing.
Shut up! I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to A. Shut your mouth. I'm tired of talking in circles with you. A, go ahead.
First off, thank you, Amanda. And again, thank you for letting me be on here. I always say thank you, but I really do fucking mean it because I love everyone on here talking about these because these are very important topics. My question and concern then, Septic, since you have such a strong will opinion about this, what are you doing to help the situation? Because I know what I'm doing with the situation where I've helped people understand how to get the process of becoming a legal citizen. I've done that. I've given out instructions on how to become a legal citizen before it was restricted by this government right now. So what are you doing right now in order to help people get citizenship since you're so concerned about people doing illegal crossings? What are you doing?
I mean, I volunteer through my church at a local food kitchen, and we serve a significant number of illegal immigrants. And I don't report them, right? That's the goal here is...
That's not what he asked you.
Well, he asked me what I was doing, and that's one thing I'm doing. Yeah.
No, an active support is how to help them in the process of becoming a legal citizen. And how are you helping the people of the processing coming over that it's not being an illegal action? How are you doing that?
I'm not a border patrol agent. I'm not a judge. Like, what do you mean? What would I be doing with my time specifically to facilitate
finding a solution against the issue that you're combating? So for me, I'm combating because I don't want people to be an undocumented citizen who is going to be detained by ICE because I think it's the dumbest thing ever, because we're founded on immigration. We're founded on people from different areas all over the world. And I think it's very important for people to understand the leeways and the ways to become a legal citizen and how to get there. So I've helped and implemented that. I've also helped families who've come over from other countries get established and do that legal processing. My partner and I have helped house people to get the legal processing as well too back in the day. So what are you doing to stop the people coming over illegally and helping out? How are you doing that?
Okay, well, it sounds like what you're describing is something that's very both time intensive and dependent on like
for 4 hours. I'm done.
On your location.
Bye.
I'm fucking done.
You're having us, Amanda. Have a great day.
Bye, Amanda. Love you, Diva.
I love you guys. I've been on for 4 hours, so I'm gonna go harass YouTube for a little bit. Septic Salad just talked in circles, was refusing to understand what the underlying causes of immigration are and how to address them. it's not a hard concept, and I feel like y'all really tried very hard, all of you on the panel, and I appreciate you guys for helping out. There's just some people you can't help. Like, you just can't figure it out for them. You can give them the information, but you can't figure it out for them, and he's one of those people. Just shenanigans and tomfoolery. There was somebody else in the guest request, and see what they have to say before we go, unless they're friendly. Oh, they're friendly. Geeky, I'm not gonna let you up, babe, because we're done. We're wrapping up. I'm gonna go over to YouTube and harass them for a little bit. I love you guys. Everybody be good, and if you can't be good, be gay and do motherfucking crimes. Love you, mean it. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all. All right, so GA Warrior, thank you for the super chat, said, so the illegal immigrants are illegal from the start, committed no crime, but we have a 34-time felon POTUS. Nowhere in the U.S. felon can get a federal job. They don't understand that, though. Like, they don't care. They don't care. They're totally fine with that. They're totally fine with the president being implicated in the trafficking of children. They're totally fine with him being an adjudicated rapist. They're totally fine with that stuff because he's not a black or brown person. He's not a not a member of a marginalized community, so they're totally okay with that. They're totally okay with it. And it's just wild. It's just wild. All right, YouTube, I appreciate all of your support today. Everything that you guys have contributed to the live are going to go to my friend Kiara. I appreciate you and everything that you guys do. I know some of y'all really, really fight in the comments to give correct information to people, and I appreciate that. Where's my proof of what behind the seal? Where's my proof of what? Oh my God. He's the one who started the lawsuit. See, this is why I can't with y'all. You guys are fucking stupid. You guys are really fucking stupid. Let me turn off the phone line before you guys call in. Go get Portillo's. I'm gonna get Portillo's. I love you guys, ish. But as always, thank you, GA Warrior, for the high five. As always, YouTube, fuck you. Because you know that's how I like to end the stream over here. But I love you guys. Bye, Joel. Thank you so much. I'm an unemployed loser. I have a job, friend. I have a job. Jeff. Okay. I don't think you know what grifting means. If you knew what grifting means, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. But all right, guys. Exactly, Queso. Okay. Sure. I'll tell my paycheck to stop depositing into my account. You're a yuck human. Mm-mm.